Hello, hello. So, apparently my stream title was wrong, even though I thought I'd edited it. I am playing Pillars of Eternity for the first time. It's a role-playing game by Obsidian Entertainment, so they made Fallout New Vegas and a bunch of other, pretty highly regarded RPGs, and this is one that people told me I would enjoy, so I'm hoping it's as good as everyone says. I'm going to try it from the beginning. Hard difficulty is suited for Infinity Engine veterans. This mode disables a number of helper features. Alright, let's not play expert mode. I want the extra information. Let's just go to hard. Let's go to hard. I've played a lot of role-playing games over the year. I can probably handle hard from the outset without having played a Infinity Engine game before. And hey, thanks for coming, Chrono. It's nice to see you. Hope your day's going well. Really don't know what to expect too much. I know Ray started playing Pillars of Eternity 2 at one point. That's what kind of got me to look into the series and see how well regarded it was, but I actually didn't get to watch much of that stream, so I don't really know what to expect, and I'm starting with the first game anyway.
On a starless night, their master glancing ever upward to the skies for assurance that he is on the right course. A dim lantern, his only protection against the encroaching darkness. But the skies bring no
Take it away, narrator. I'm going to eat a bit of pizza while you're talking.
Betraying no hint of what they know. The caravan carries travelers bound for the frontier hamlet of Gilded Vale, you among them, where a local lord has offered land and wealth to settlers from abroad looking for a fresh start. You have
kind of in the way here. Let me just duck down. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted me. I'm going to duck down a little. There we go.
He pulls up just in time to avoid plowing into the trunk of a fallen tree that bars the way ahead. You will go no further tonight.
Ah, you showed up right as I took a mouthful of pizza. Hello, Memoria. Welcome in. All right, let's go. I am literally in the opening cinematic and narration. I am just starting. All right, we're into character creation. All right, what do we got? Oh, okay, we just go next. Commonly called folk are the most common race. So they get +1 resolve, +1 might. I don't know what stats mean yet. All right, these guys are just might. They're the big dudes. These are might and constitution. Oh, they have the same might as the big dudes and constitution, but reduced dexterity. Dexterity perception. I have no clue what resolve is. Orlin. One are the smallest of the Kith races. They're known for their mental intensity and sharp senses. Oh, look at you. Dexterity and intellect. And on fire. +1 on fire. Alright, so Dwarf and Elf are classic fantasy characters. Orlin, based on like their stats and description, might be a gnome or even like a halfling analog. Known for their these are basically like aquatic orcs from their description. And then there's these dudes. Baron head shapes are typical, and godlike are unable to wear protective headgear. Let's be Dwarf. Be a nice diggy Dwarf. So we got, okay, Mountain Dwarves. That's like the classic Dwarf. And then Boreal Dwarves live in the remote southern island. So we got Mountain Dwarves and, like, Forest Dwarves. Boreal Dwarves gain plus 15 accuracy against any creature of the wilder or primordial types. Mountain Dwarves have a bonus to defend against poison and disease. Let's be a classical Mountain Dwarf. The hell is it? Okay, so we got some classic fantasy charts. Then we got Chanter. Many historians consider Chanters to be the most ancient workers of magic, their howled phrases stirring the collective memory of wayward souls around them, compelling them to generate magical effects in a kind of reenactment. So, bards. Yeah, they are absolutely just intellectually distinct bards. All right, what's a cipher? Ciphers is the ability to direct contact, manipulate another person's soul and psyche, using an ally's or enemy's essence as the focus for their magic. Okay, so they're scions. Ciphers can directly target allies and enemies with powerful soul-focused effects. These powers cost focus, which ciphers build through the use of their soul whip. I think this is what Ryu wound up playing when she did Pillars of Eternity 2. Got druids, classic fantasy trope with, like specifically D&D with their shape-shifting and divine magic. All right, so everything else is normal. If you realize that Cypher is just Bard, then Chanter's the only one that's particularly interesting to this setting. When barbarians hit with melee attacks, they automatically make reduced damage attacks at all other enemies within a short distance of the target. Ooh, so they get, like, cleave. Nice. Fighters regenerate endurance at a modest rate during combat. What is endurance? Damage that is not absorbed by a character's damage reduction goes straight to their endurance and health. Potions and healing magic can restore endurance in combat. When a character's endurance reaches 0, he or she will be knocked out. Okay, so endurance is just hit points. They said damage goes straight to their endurance and health. I assume those were like two separate things, but it really does seem like, because you get knocked out when you round out of it, endurance is just another word for... Oh, wait, hold on. We have a separate health stat. Oh, okay, so endurance is short-term HP, like combat HP. Health is long-term health. So losing endurance causes you to be knocked out. Losing health is how you die. Alright, I understand. And these guys recover endurance during combat without the need of any potions or healing. We got... Could throw hands with some monk. When monks have no weapons equipped, their unarmed attacks are exceptionally powerful and continue to increase in damage as they gain levels. As monks are damaged, their pain generates wounds. Wounds can be used to power many of the monk's special abilities. Ooh. Interesting. Alright, I'm going to be a dwarf that throws hands. I've decided. Okay, so I can choose Swift Strikes. Monk's hands become a frenzied blur of attacks, increase their attack rate for a brief period. Or this ability exploits the shared bonds of universal suffering between all beings. Oh, so it's an AoE. You hit the main target and then... with crush damage. Enemies in a cone behind them take crush damage as well, but you have to have a wound. You have to have been injured to use that. Oh, they both require 1 wound to use. Okay. Let's try this one. That sounds cool. Just hitting something so hard everyone in a cone behind them gets wrecked. Okay, so dexterity is highly recommended for monk, and I chose a class that has a reduction to dexterity. But the other stats that are recommended for monk, they get bonuses in. So let's just make up for our weak dex. Oh, I can go down in the other stuff, huh? I probably don't want to reduce my reflexes too much. We could be a little on the dumb side. That's okay. Okay, and this is maintain concentration, contributes to the will and deflection defenses. So, seems like reducing resolve too much makes you open to getting CC'd. Let's go 1 more point into might and another point into constitution. Let's just have a lot of health. Let's be a very healthy monk. I have no clue if this is a good build since I've never played this before, but we're doing this. Oh, I can increase my dexterity by another point. Dominated by the Almanation of Fortuity, the Gulf itself is host to a number of nations, most of them... Okay, so the dwarfs come from here. These countries are relatively young. There's some of the most advanced colonial settlements in the east. Yeah, we'll have our dwarf be from the rich colonies to the east. Ah, background. Okay, so this isn't... That one gave stats, this one gives, like, skill bonuses. We'll be a monk mercenary. Makes sense. We know how to fight with our fists. We go out and make our living with that. Actually, let's go black with our secondary being red. We'll have dark hair. Skin color's fine. Oh, we can change... Oh, no. No beardless dwarf. That just looks wrong. Ugh. Nope. Nope. We are a monk, though. We could have the beard, but like a shaved head, maybe? Yeah, I like that. I like the beard, but shaved head. I like that look for our monk.
Hey there.
I'm flattered. Let's go!
Quickly and quietly.
Yeah? Watch and learn.
A blade in the dark.
Okay, no, that doesn't fit.
Yeah. Follow me. Let's go! Nice and slow.
Okay, stoic works. Alright. I guess we're actually starting the game now that I've spent 20 minutes in character creation. Caravan Master finishes addressing the group, his bushy red mustache and sagging jowls quivering as if for emphasis.
Everybody stays close to the wagons, got it? Stay out of the woods, and beasts take you if you were planning a stroll through those ruins up there. Whole area's crawling with hut-dwelling types who'd be happy to stick an axe in you for trespassing. So mind that you don't track mud on their sacred blazing rocks. Tonight, everybody stays put, and in the morning we'll get the path cleared. Gilded Vale's less than a day out. Touch of the rumbling rot, could be. There's a stinging beetle round here, carries it. You'll be fine once it passes your innards. Unless you don't drink water, course. Which case you'll be dead in a day. There's a berry grows in these parts, small and pink, called a springberry. About the size of a fingernail. Give you cramps if you eat it, but the frontiersmen make a tea from it. Calms the insides. Should get you through the night. You might check around, see if you can find some. Meanwhile, I'll see if we can scare you up some water. I know you want to hunt before it gets much darker, but see about refilling our water first. Got a sick one here. They grow on a bush that's common round here, kind of funny looking. You'll know it when you see it. Doubt you'd have to go far off the road to find one. Not if you hurry about your business, and not if the weather holds up.
Your character's attribute, skills, class, race, culture, and sex may all open up options for you in dialogue. Alright. Thanks, Jiro, and thank you for stopping in. I always appreciate it. Alright, let's go see about these berries that should help with my stomach
I know
cramps.
you're not some helpless tenderfoot, not like most of this lot. But you drop dead, I don't want to be looking for the body. Got a schedule to keep.
Fair enough.
Kalisha. Kalisha! He needs to find some springberries. Watch that he doesn't...
No promises.
What kind of guide says something like...
Kind you can afford.
Good answer.
Don't listen to her. You're in good hands. And I pay too well, if anything. Off with you. Hayden should have supplies. See that you're equipped before you head out. We're in harsh country. Get your berries and hurry back. And if you get so much as a tickle of wind, you drop everything and you run. Something in the air tonight. If it's a Beawick, we'll shelter in the ruins. Hut dwellers be damned.
Not gonna tell me what that is. Just name drop a Buick. Is it like a Buick? A party always consists of your character and up to 5 ooh, up to 5. That's a large party. Press the number button that corresponds to their position in the party. Okay. So this is pretty standard tactical RPG stuff. Got it, got it. Okay. So I can choose both of them. Let's find these berries.
Anyone need supplies? I've got sundries for sale.
The merchant Hyadan has a conversation that opens a store with equipment for sale. Do I even have any money? I guess I'll find out by talking to him.
Brought a whole wagon full of goods to sell, but not enough shirts for the road. Say, is there anything you need? I've got some basic traveling supplies for sale if you'd like to...
Yeah, let's see what you got, buddy. Okay, so he just sells basic weapons and armor, and then potion of minor... Oh, I don't actually want to buy that. I just wanted to look at it. Oh, okay, right click. Okay, restores endurance over time, which... Since I didn't go with fighter, I actually need to be considerate of my endurance. Over 12 seconds. Got it. I only have 100 copper pieces, so I couldn't buy that even if I wanted to. Alright, so nothing I need here, I don't think. I think we're good. Exploration is key in Pillars of Eternity. As you make your way through the Eastern Reach, open the area map to see what parts of the map you've already been to and what's left to explore. Map. Ah, hello.
I'll have your water soon enough. Stream's not going anywhere.
Okay. Sounds good, buddy. Where are these berries? Are those the berries? No. Look at it. I think they were called spring berries is what I need.
Let's check by those outcrops.
Oh. Pillars of Eternity combat uses a pausable real-time system. Because you often manage more than one character at a time, it's a good idea to pause the game, issue orders, and resume real-time to see the orders play out. The option menu also contains many choices for automatic pausing when certain conditions are met, such as the start of combat. Okay. Cool. I'm totally okay with that. So let's get you guys into position. They're both melee fighters, so... Okay, so I can actually set AI scripts, huh? If I don't want to actually manage them myself, but for now at least I'll manage them myself. Okay, so you've got knockdown and... What is second wind? Second wind is recover some endurance. Knockdown knocks them prone, as one might expect. And my guy also has second wind and Torment's Reach, but I don't have the wounds to use it, so I have to get hit first. What is she using? A battle axe and a torch? Okay. Let's go.
Offense.
You take that one. You take that one.
What you need?
Okay, so if they move again, they'll provoke a disengagement attack from the enemies engaging them. Okay, so it's like attacks of opportunity in D&D. Got it. Let's... Okay, I forgot to actually have you guys attack, so let's have you do that and that. One for each of you. All characters in the game, friend info, have 4 primary defenses against attacks. Deflection, Fortitude, Reflex, and Will. Accuracy is compared to the appropriate defenses when an attack is made. If accuracy is below the target defense, the attack suffers a penalty to the roll, and it is more likely to result in a miss. Alright. An enemy's DR reduces the incoming damage by the listed amount down to a minimum percentage. Most enemies are strong against 1 or 2 damage types and weak against a similar number. Okay. Got it. How are we doing? My guy's been hit for... My guy took a small hit, but he's alright. Or he might have started off that way, 45 out of 59. I don't know if he took a hit just now or not. Alright, when party member takes damage, they'll start to lose endurance and health. Their portrait will begin to fill with a red overlay, and the health bar to the left of their portrait will slowly start to decrease. When the portrait fills entirely red, the character will be knocked out. Okay, so... He only has 59 endurance, but he has 339 health. Okay, so the endurance damage he took is he's already recovered it, because that was just for combat, but he took the same amount of health damage, and that stays reduced. I see.
Huh?
Still gotta find those berries. Are those them? Yeah. Just go on adventures and expeditions, whatever paid. Let's say it's had his fill of it. Been a long time since I've been this way, but I always did like it. Lord Rajik's offer makes a girl think, I'll give him that. You here to settle like the rest of the lot? It's a hard offer to pass up. I have no idea what I'm going to do next. Let's ask why she's here. My sister moved out here some time back. She sent me a letter. She seemed worried, but that's how she always is. This time, though, she asked me to come out, and that's got me a little worried. Alright, let's head back to camp. Alright, so I got my berries. Oh. That's how... Okay. I found fast mode. Nice. Is there a way to center on the characters so that I don't have to constantly do the screen edge turning? Let's take a look. I don't see anything. I'll just keep doing it like this for now. There's got to be a better option than having to go to the screen edge. Oh, I was supposed to check on the dude that was getting me water. Whatever happened to him? He was right there. He's gone? Oh, here's the stream. Where's our water boy? Is he actually not down here getting water at all and I have to go back to camp? Oh, can I cross this? Oh, I can go to the other side of the stream. I don't know why I'd want to, but I can.
Barful went hunting. At least he left the water skins.
Oh!
What you need?
Huh?
Uh-oh.
Sparful?
Oh, that's not good. Sparfle's dead.
Ambush!
Where'd this guy? He came from the direction of our camp. What the hell? Alright. Same deal as last time. Each of us will deal with one of them. Let's go. Oh, no, I want you to actually stay on him. How do I know when I... Oh, I just got a wound, so I can use this now. Let's give him one of these. Sometimes a weapon or spell simply isn't suited to... Is that why it paused? Was to tell me that? Oh, wow! Well, that worked.
Let's go.
Alright.
Camp.
But I want to loot this guy first. Bow and some armor.
Yeah.
What am I wearing for armor anyway? Where do I see my gear? I'm wearing a simple clothing. This has DR. I just wonder if these are like D&D monks where wearing anything else will actually make him weaker. No, it doesn't seem to have. Yeah, and D&D monks lose a lot of their defenses if they wear any kind of armor at all. Kind of like how they're better without a weapon. Where am I going? I need to go the long way around. Oh. Oh, let's let's focus on the melee guys, since I won't be able to get past them. Oh, okay, can you... What do you got? You got your knockdown ability? Let's do that. Is there a faster way to do that? Okay, she killed him. Why don't you focus on the hunter so he can stop shooting at us? And you... Oh, now you can give him the old Oh, I guess you don't need... Kick him. Do the kick on him. Oh, wow. Okay, that took care of him pretty quick. Nice.
Huh.
I don't know if I really need to be looting all these guys, but, Oh! This did not go well for the camp, huh? Ooh, I have a special option because I have some lore skill. Only a fool attacks a weak enemy while a stronger one yet lives. Rush the man before he can react. Let's, yeah, let's go with this. Oh, okay, so he's still alive. He is just, bruised ribs. Alright, let's get him out of there. And let's go in and fight. Can you do... Yeah, you can do that. Which, I still gotta figure out how to... It says 1 and 2. I assume there's a way to hotkey these, but... choosing 1 and 2 as numbers selects party members. Anyway, let's do that. Let's knock down the guy she's fighting. I need to watch him to see when he takes a wound so that he can use that. Okay, you can now turn around and fight. Let's blinding strike him. Oh, he's in rough shape. Can he... He doesn't have his heal, so... I should have her try and take some aggro off him. He's still doing alright. Alright, let's go. We got one down. She can do her knockdown again. Let's do that. Whew, alright, we saved Heodan at least. He was... Oh, he was only in danger of being knocked out. He wasn't going to get killed anyway. Your enemy lies supine on the ground, unable to rise. His companion is now silent among the other dead. He looks not at you, but at the sky above you. Forgive us. What? Yeah, I've never played this before. Welcome in, Cognitit Vegenome. Oh, hey, Puente. Thanks for the follow.
Get inside! Run!
Oh. Oh, my. The fuck is that? Straining against a gale that threatens to pull you off your feet with every step, you set your hands in the worn folds of weathered rock and set about pulling yourself up the precipice. With a last burst of energy before your arms give out, you swing yourself up onto the ledge. Heodan trails behind, slowed by injury and delayed by early hesitation. As he nears the face of the rocks, one of the fallen attackers, who's been fading death, lunges for Heodan and topples him onto the rocky ground. No, after everything I did to save this guy. Restrained, Heodan lashes out against his fatigued assailant, but struggles to break his, I assume, hold. Without a weapon in your hands, you can do little to help from where you stand. I can do this. Heodan clambers up the base of the rocks. As he nears the top, however, the wind flares, pulling him sideways and tearing one of his hands free. But diving out onto the hard rock, you manage to catch hold of it. Securing his other hand, you pull with waning strength, and it feels as though your arms will be jerked from their sockets. They hold just long enough for Haedon to set his feet and join you on the trembling ledge. There's a deep resonance to the swelling wind now. You feel it in the rocks beneath your feet and inside the cavity of your own chest, as though it would shake the marrow from your bones. Each new gust menaces the old stones before you, loosening connections, unsettling balances. As you dart beneath the old archway, the entire portal begins to fall beneath its own weight. Whew, intense. But we did it. We saved Haedon. And now we're in the ruins.
Was that?
A Bewick. Had to be.
Are you guys going to stop name-dropping that and actually tell me what the fuck it is?
And we're the only ones.
There could be another collapse. We're not getting out that way anyway. Let's get further inside. Can you walk?
Alright, how's Haedon doing? Oh, he's still got most of his health. He just has very low natural endurance, apparently. Kaliska's doing alright, and still plenty of health. I don't know when you get to recover health, but I assume it's like when you rest. Because you get your endurance back every combat. How's your day going, Puente? It's good to see you.
But what now?
Storm has to die sometime.
Windstorm, of a kind they only get in Air Glanfath. Not too many people live through them, so it's hard to know what's true. The Glenfathan word is Biwak. To them, it's the gods' way of reaping the souls of the land that couldn't find their own way out. But they'll take a living soul as soon as a dead one. Still got yours? Okay, so they finally told me what the fuck the Biawaks were. They just name-dropped them a couple times before. Believe that, Odem would never allow it, but as much as the Fangs are hotheads, Glenfathans don't attack without being provoked. Either they saw something and got the wrong idea, or she glances down the passage beyond, or there's looters in here with us. That's not something we need right now. We already know what happened to everyone in the caravan. Alright, let's just keep going.
Could we maybe stay here and rest a few hours? I've lost some blood. It seems quiet off to the left. Might be a place to rest there.
Can't afford to stay put. Those
Oh,
Glenfathans were riled
I was thinking
up.
Haedon was the leader of the caravan, but no, he was just the
Looters will
merchant.
be armed and ready to kill.
The leader must...
Please, I just
yeah,
need to lie down
that was the
for
other
a
guy
while.
she mentioned, and he's
Then
dead.
we can move as fast as...
Hear me. We are gonna die in here if we don't get moving and get this place figured out before the looters come back. We've either got to find the exit or a damn good place to hide.
He's gonna be useless at this rate. Let's let him rest.
No offense, but there's people out there I'd much rather die.
Thank you.
Alright, you've discovered some camping supplies. You can use them to rest in the wilderness or dungeons, fully restoring all of your character's abilities and health. Okay, so that is how I heal actual health damage. Now I know. Okay, so that's the only thing I can take for her. Let's give both of our people damage reduction. Oh.
By the gods. Damn her. She took all our water.
I probably, if I would have known that like she was actually going to leave, I probably would have chosen her way rather than his. I'd rather the soldier than the merchant.
See if they left anything useful behind.
What are you even using for equipment, dude? You have a pair of daggers. And some lockpick. Okay, so you have thief skills. You must be a rogue. All right, cool. Oh, despite getting the berries, my guy still has the strange illness. Did I never actually, like, eat them? Is that something I should have done? Or is that still a key item? Why do I have a hammer and chisel? I guess that's just random vendor trash. Anyway, let's keep going. The Eastern Reach is a dangerous place full of lurking enemies and carefully concealed secrets. Enable scouting mode to move stealthily and search for hidden objects like traps and secret doors.
They'll never know I'm here. Look at the tiles. What are those symbols? How can I help? Worth a look.
Oh.
Poor Kalisha.
Well, she didn't make it. I'll just take everything she had. Oh, that's all traps, huh? Alright, well, at least he can disarm traps. Nice.
Do you feel that? There's a draft coming through that wall.
I definitely would have preferred to keep her, though. I should have pressed on ahead. She was more useful. What's his other ability? Blinding Strike? I preferred her knockdown, and she was just overall stronger. But I guess he has skills that I don't have, whereas I could just handle straight melee combat. Scouting mode is used both for stealth and for finding hidden objects like traps and secret containers. While scouting, your character's selection circles will start to fill with yellow when a character is starting to detect them. Once the circle fills yellow, the character is suspicious and will move to investigate while the circle fills red. Character's ability to find hidden objects is based on his or her mechanics skill. Okay, cool. Interesting. I guess there's not, like, line of sight, so let's go get him.
Let's go.
You don't need to be stealthing. Go help him. Alright, he only took a small hit. He's fine. But I should definitely be leading with my monk. He can take a much larger beating.
They'll never know I'm here.
Oh, let's have my monk go in first. Alright, let's stop stealthing. If you deal with one of the small ones, you'll go for the big one. And of course, the big one went for the guy I didn't want it to. So let's hurry up and try and finish them. See if you can blind that one. Nice. Alright, let's focus him down. Oh god, he took a beating. What does he have? He scored a crit. A crit is a better result than a hit, and they are more likely to occur when the attack's accuracy is higher than the target's defense. Do more damage. Attacks that inflict status effects or afflictions will have increased duration. Interesting. A spear spider leg. Okay. Hey, May, what's up? Welcome in. You're pretty early. It took me like 20 minutes to get through character creation, so I'm still very early in the game. Oh, what's all this then? Four figures stand before an otherworldly apparatus, an ancient structure of chiseled adra and metallic veins, ominous and looming like a silent observer. Standing motionless in their midst is what appears to be a human body, colorless as stone, or ash. The other figures gaze upon it in might be contemplation. From your vantage point, you are well obscured from their view. Figure close to the machine stands out amongst them. A thick gray beard frames a face otherwise hidden beneath a metallic mask. His faded robes are embroidered with a runic language unlike anything you've ever seen, and he wears a strange black headdress with two protrusions that jut out like the wings of some malevolent creature.
Oathbinder bear witness. And see, this man has kept his word, true to his last breath, full to his blood's last drop. Guide his soul, queen that was, and regard it among your favored. Let his life by the key be his confession. Let his death by the key be his absolution. May he walk the world ever free of the crushing weight of the book.
Oh, you still made it pretty early. I appreciate you being here, May. Thank you.
Your brother has done his part, and you have seen the power of his contribution. I will accept no further hesitation from the rest of you. In the sight of the queen that was, will you fulfill the oath? Will you take your place beside your brother in the endless esteem of her memory that is without flaw? Step forth, and be assured of the great worth of your life's course.
Let's see. Oh. Well, that's a whole thing, ain't it? Oh yeah, you said you had to drive like 6 hours, but the job itself didn't take too long. You open your eyes to a different place, another time. You stand in a circular room, grand and domed, its walls lined with Adra and trimmed with copper. The style is ancient, but the chamber is unweathered. At the far end is a great pillar of Adra. At the far end, a great pillar of Adra pierces the floor from below, its shimmering texture giving the illusion of boundless depth. Encircling the pillar is an apparatus much like the one you've just seen, but immense and multifaceted and intertwined. Your thoughts are yours and not yours, and they seem to exist before you think them, and they are all questions. Pressing questions, troubling questions. Questions that must be answered, or... At the base of the pillar now, you see a man with a thick gray beard and ceremonial robe, crowned with a strange ornamental headdress. You know this man. You're walking towards him now at a pace that is hurried while trying not to appear so. You have something you want to ask him, one question above all, and the question spins madly in your mind. All that just from being nearby, huh? You awaken to find your malaise is broken, only replaced with something far more concerning. Faint whispers are audible at the edge of your hearing, like a ringing in your ears that does not subside. Movement flits through your periphery, but when you turn to look, you can see no sign of whatever it was. You find your gaze regularly darting this way and that, an involuntary, paranoid tick. If this is a sickness, it may be dangerous to go without treatment for long. The figures at the machine stand frozen in place, flesh and blood replaced by cinders and ash. The man who led them is nowhere to be seen. You find Heodan a short distance away in a shallow lake of his own blood. His body does not stir. So I guess it wouldn't have mattered who I chose. They probably would have died during this anyway. Sorry, bro, after all I did to save you. But hey, you have loot. Give me your shit. Okay, too much stuff. Let's get rid of your daggers. Probably don't need most of this stuff. I'll take the healing potion, though, and the lockpicks. And the wolf hides. Alright, that's probably good enough. And the torch. I don't know if I'll need it, but... Oh, I already have one of my own. That's enough. What? Huh, okay. These edibles ain't shit. This massive structure is... Oh, your character's earned enough experience to advance level. I was going to get rid of the tooltip, and then I realized that was actually giving me important information. Let's level up. Heyo. Alright, so we get to raise a skill. Oh, we get to raise several skills, in fact. Let's boost our athletics. I don't want to go too far, because it's getting more expensive to raise. And... Oh, bonus movement's nice. Let's do that. Okay, so the higher your athletics score, the more your second wind recovers endurance during combat. That seems to be its main use. Survival gives you a variety of bonuses depending on how high it's raised. Mechanics is used for finding and disarming traps. Lore is used in conversations and scripted interactions as well as to activate scrolls. And stealth is it's stealth. You get closer to enemies without being spotted. Okay. Pretty standard stuff. So yeah, I think athletics and survival are good. Ooh. Talents can be used to customize your character beyond your class ability choices. Some talents modify existing abilities, but others add new abilities of their own. Alright, what is... lowers the wounds monk's wound threshold, allowing him or her to gain wounds at a faster rate. So, if you weren't here at the beginning when I was making the character, the monk, his deal is that in addition to just being better at unarmed combat, he gets special abilities that require him to be wounded to use. He has to gain wounds, which are like a resource that he can then spend on abilities. But of course, that means he has to get hurt during combat. So this would reduce how much he has to get hurt to gain a wound and use one of his special abilities. And then there's Mortification of the Soul. The monk immediately inflicts enough raw damage on himself or herself to gain a wound. Oh, so like I could use this to gain the minimum amount of damage necessary to gain a wound and then open combat with one of his special abilities. That's interesting. So those are his class talents that I could take. Otherwise, we just have the generic stuff that everyone can take, which I don't need any weapon focus stuff because again, he's best at unarmed combat. Trains character new defense. Oh! Okay, so he can keep more than one enemy locked into melee combat with him at a time if he takes that. Bonus to all. I think you mean no weld. You mean no weld combat. Zero weld combat. Alright, I've already got some bonus mood speed from his ranks in survival. Alright, I think I'm going to go with lesser wounds. I want him to be able to use his abilities more, even though he only has the one right now. It's actually pretty strong. So I guess that's it for now. I don't know when he'll get a new class unlock, but the one he has now is pretty strong. Okay. After leveling up a character, you may want to review their statistics, open their character sheet, see that their attributes... No, I know what he's got.
Right.
Oh. I can do that, apparently. I can just... I don't know why I want their charred flesh, but I got it. Where am I going, anyway? I came down here thinking this is where I need to go, but... oh, okay. Road south. Hello? Oh, okay. Let's head to Valewood.
Ready to sleep like the dead.
Alright, so it's just me. Oh, we got more corpses. Hey, camping supplies. I already have the maximum amount. Okay. This is better than my current armor. Let's get rid of some of my extra stuff. I don't think I need that. Let me see. So... what does recovery speed even mean? Recovery is the amount of time that a character spends between actions. Oh! Okay, so it's how fast I can act during combat, essentially. So, wearing armor gives me more damage reduction, but at the cost of moving slower in combat. I understand now. Alright, well, I think I'll stick with just having hide armor on him for now. I figured there had to be a downside to wearing armor. I just wasn't sure what it was until I saw that. That's a fair trade. Usually in games it affects your abilities to like avoid attacks via dodging or, you know, other methods, but in this one it actually makes you slower. Oh. I assume there must be some sort of crafting system since I keep finding like berries and stuff. Oh! Couple bears. Alright. Really not much tactics to be engaging in right now since it's just me. Oh, and I already gained my first wound, so let's do that. Oh, I also took enough damage that I'm going to get knocked out if I take another hit. I probably shouldn't be here. But I also don't think I'll be able to get away, so this might just be a learning experience. Oh, wait, I have... Let's use second wind first. Let's save my ass. Okay, we're back to full. Now let's use this. Try and take one of these guys out. Oh, I missed. Wow, okay, I guess I just shouldn't have come here, because I got knocked out immediately. Whoops. What the hell, game?
Sure.
Why were there just bears that murdered me in 2 hits in there? Is this not where I'm supposed to be? Okay, let's try and fall back. Oh, these things are fast. Can I at least fight these guys, or are they gonna murder me too? Alright, I can do that at least. At least I'm not dying in 1 hit this time. Let's go in on this guy. Yeah. Oh, and I have another wound, so I can do it again. Let's get my second one. Alright, these guys are actually not hard. It was just the bears that were way stronger than I was expecting. That attack I just did is the one that he needs wounds to use. It's really strong. Zurip tongues. Sure, why not? An amethyst. Oh, okay, so stuff goes into my stash that's for crafting. I understand. So it's not actually taking up space in my inventory. What's my guy doing on health? He's got... Oh, he's got plenty. So yeah, just don't go in the cave. Noted. Is this where I came in at? This is. Right? Oh, what are you? Okay, yeah, this is where I came in at right here. This was the first corpse I looted. So let's not go to the cave, because that was a horrible, awful place. Instead, let's just continue on south. At least I know I can fight the stuff out here without just dying. Oh. An outlaw. She's hit me for a whole 3 damage so far. That wasn't very threatening. Take your money. Did helmets even do... The helmets don't seem to do anything, apparently? Huh, okay. Maybe there's ones with bonuses on them later, but otherwise they're just cosmetic? I don't even know. Where am I supposed to be going here? Ah. Alright. Sounds good, May. I've discovered the Gilded Veil. Wasn't this where I was... But yeah, this is where I was supposed to be going to... Oh. Oh. Well, that's not great. What the fuck?
You must be one of the new settlers. Welcome to Gilded Vale. You'll be pleased to know that we've had some recent vacancies here.
Do you welcome everyone this way?
Of course, we'll need to make some inquiries first. The inestimable Lord Radric VII has taken great pains to insulate our town from Widewind's legacy. Have you ever sired a Hollowborn child?
A what?
An infant born without a soul, of course. I should warn you, stranger. Here in Gilded Vale, we have a special place for dissidents. His lordship's wife is with child and due any day now. Without his approval, I shan't be able to find you a permanent settlement. It will have to wait until after the birth. We can continue our interview then, after the bell tolls from Radric's hold to signal my lord's new heir. In the meantime, you can find temporary accommodations at the inn just southwest of here.
Alright, this is my most pressing concern right now.
Whatever your problem, it sounds like a matter for an animancer. However, the only animancer in Gilded Vale isn't in any condition to speak. Consider yourself fortunate. After she failed Lord Radric, we saw to it that she... But
well, that's
if you're
unfortunate.
set on finding a bottle of troll piss or a dead Audra pebble to rub on your forehead, you're welcome to check her pockets. A little corpse stink is nothing.
Alright, you said something about Hollowborn? The Hollowborn have been scourged upon the drywood for almost 15 years now. Children born without souls. Pitiful dumb things that breathe barely, but do not truly live. Some say the Hollowborn are a disease. Some say they are punishment from the gods. In truth, no one knows, but they began spreading after the saints were, and so the name Widewind's legacy stuck in honor of that foul, blasphemous pretender. Well, I was, and I am.
Keep out of...
What? Oh.
Listen!
That's the bell he was
Two
talking about, I
tolls.
guess.
Let that be the last. 3. Gods have mercy.
What does that mean?
It seems your arrival is ill-timed. 3 bells toll only for the death of a Radric. I fear Lord Radric's heir is lost, or else Hollowborn, and so lost all the same. You should tread carefully.
You come to us at a time of mourning. The legacy has struck at the heart of Gilded Vale. Our efforts to redeem ourselves in the eyes of Barath must be redoubled. I can be sure of nothing right now. I advise you to get some rest. The inn or a stable for all I care. Find me afterwards. I will know more soon enough. I'm not going to tell him not to threaten me. I'm not out to make enemies here. Alright, so where's the Animancer's corpse? He told me I could probably find something on her that might help, but...
Keeping quiet.
Oh. What are you? Welcome back, May. I don't know if any of this is stuff that I need, but I'm not going to worry about it. For now, let's go find this inn. Temple. Windmill. Smithery. Oh, Blackhound Inn. There we go. You see 4 people gathered by the door to the inn. Their raised voices and chopping gestures suggest an argument reaching its climax. The first figure raises his hand for calm. His face is partially obscured by a hood, but his height and stature suggests an elf.
I meant no offense.
let's put this matter...
Hoping to soothe our pride with a few Adira coppers, eh? We don't need your coin.
One of the men points at the hooded elf. His eyes are red from drink, but his gaze is focused. Mocking us even while he shelters in our village. Just goes to show you what these fancy Aidir manners are worth. We don't take to that kind of treatment. Not from foreigners, especially not from Aidirans.
Go on. Say it again. I'm itching for an excuse.
Why, you're itching for the kindling touch of your sister, you cocksfeather!
I see how it got to this point.
I'll cut that barrel-licking tongue out of your head.
This is a misunderstanding. I didn't say whatever it is you think I said. We've nigh quarrel.
That's where you're wrong.
Yeah. Oh, really, guys? Alright, well, I guess I'm just gonna have to kick some angry townsfolk ass as well. Okay, I can't... He's not in my party, so I just have to... do it on my own. Okay, you first. Oh, wow. Okay, these people are very weak. Holy shit. One punch each.
Not quite how I hoped to get to know the neighbors. Thank you for your timely assistance with that awkward situation.
I just punched him. I mean, they're probably still dead. I probably punched all the blood out of them. Seems like something a monk could do. Where's the option for, I didn't want to do that. You dragged me into it, asshole. Let's just go with your welcome.
Pleasure in these parts. Though your accents... Well, I suppose introductions are in order after that little fiasco. Aloth Corvusser, at your service.
You better have more to say for yourself than that. Yeah, no shit, dude. But you did.
Well, I'm a wizard by training, and an adventurer by necessity. I was born in the Seathwood, part of the mainland of the Adir Empire, and both of my parents served the nobility, which afforded me an education for which I am grateful. However, there were no open positions in those houses, and so I decided to seek new means in a new land. And how exactly did you come to be here? In Gwithan Ruins? Well, those can be dangerous places during the best of times, which these are not. And half the locals would arrest you for trespassing, and the rest would kill you outright. I'm curious, what exactly did you find there?
I think the more, like... It sounds like bivouacs aren't that uncommon here, but this is, like, what was really weird. So let's tell him about that. Although, do I want to tell him anything? I already helped him murder some people. No point in hiding stuff from him.
You do manage to find yourself in rather interesting predicaments. I'm afraid that was a matter of misunderstandings and mistranslations. It doesn't help that people in these parts remember their war with Adir like it was yesterday.
They misheard me. It happens all too easily after a few pints, and the accent doesn't help. For just a moment, he looks as if he's about to say something else. His expression brightens with mischief, but before he can speak, he forces a tight smile, biting his lips so hard you expect to see blood. Finally, his face relaxes, and he shakes his head. I should speak more clearly next time. My apologies. Okay, so he's got some sort of split personality thing going on.
Given recent events, it's just as well. I've had enough of the watered wine and lumpy beds at the inn. They say even the owner tired of the place. Just up and left one day. It explains quite a lot about the upkeep. Perhaps I could join you. I could use a change of scenery, and I find it's better to travel in numbers.
Alright, I don't think I actually like this guy all that much, but I can put him between me and the bears, so he's coming along.
I shall follow you.
I don't think I need their clothes or random beating sticks, but I'll take the money. Alright, let me just check something quick. I'll be right back. Alright, continuing on. Oh, who are you?
Hello.
Didn't they say the innkeeper left? Do you know of anyone looking for work? Oh, okay, so I can just hire a random-ass adventurer if I have the money. That's kind of neat. I didn't realize there was going to be opportunities to get, like, party members that aren't just, like, named people with a storyline. You know, let's ask her about the Black Hound. Really? Well, let me see. The actual building's been here for 4 years, but the Black Hound's fairly new. We get a lot of new faces in here, too. Fewer than we used to, I'll admit. I used to work the tables, actually, until the old owner up and left. Nobody's sure what happened to him. Even left his poor hound behind. That's the name, see? The Black Hound? It's still sitting upstairs pining after him. Poor old girl. The place ended up in my hands somehow. My very own inn. A lot of hard work involved, but it's been worth it so far. Oh, well that works out. I'll take on a quest to find a random-ass chef. I've got nothing else going on. For now, let's get a room. Oh, these are expensive. We'll just take the common room. Ooh. What's all this, then? Your sleep is restless and fevered, assaulted by hisses and whispers, blanketed with a suffocating anxiety. You open your eyes to awaken and find yourself in front of the Gilded Vale's gallows tree, the creaking of its ropes growing louder in your mind until the sound is deafening. Hanging from the tree is an old dwarf woman whose face is shriveled inward like moldering fruit. Her head hangs limply to one side. As you look at her, she looms larger and larger in your mind until she is mere inches from your face. Suddenly, her head snaps up and her eyes open, and they are empty, and behind them is a vast nothingness that makes your stomach drop. Her mouth slowly parts, and with a gust of rancid air, she speaks a word. Watcher. You jolt awake, the foul smell of the dwarf woman's breath still permeating your nostrils. Sweat runs down your face in thick droplets, and your skin is soaked from head to toe. You remember the woman. You remember seeing her decaying face when you spoke with the magistrate. He called her an animancer. Though it fills you with a new, queasy apprehension, you feel a strange compulsion to see this woman once more, if only to confirm she is truly dead. Alright, so I gotta find the dwarf woman from the dream. At least my guys are back to full health. And he's got a hell of a lot more health and endurance than the merchant I was strapped with earlier, so that's not so bad.
Greetings.
What do you have for sale? Anything I want? Can I sell some of this shit? Oh, none of it's worth much, but at least I can get it out of my inventory. Oh, actually, this is worth a lot. Hold on. Where did it just go? Did I just, like, throw it on the ground? I think I might have just thrown... Nope. I don't know what happened.
Well met.
Let's sell the wolf hides. I'll just sell, like, everything except the lockpicks. Those are the only things I could see myself needing. And maybe the torch, I don't know. So, does shift-click not move it over to being sold? No, it just seems to cease to exist. Okay. I might want that, actually. I don't know what that's for. Alright, that seems good. cleared out most of my inventory. Let's go ahead and sell all this stuff for money, right? So I wonder why shift and click is just like instantly discard item. That's a weird hotkey setup. That's usually like move stuff between inventories. Oh, you guys have names. What's your deal? As you near, you feel a vibrant history contained in the essence of this woman's soul. Voices from its past seem to call out to you. What? Let's take a step back. Oh, this is just a thing I can do now, huh? You see a group of young men standing around a makeshift practice target. This man stands in the middle of them, explaining the construction and use of a bow. He holds it up, pointing out each part as he speaks about it and what it does. He then walks away from the target, telling them to remain where they are, and takes his place about 200 feet away. He carefully lines up his shot, explaining what he is doing as he does, and lets the arrow fly. It hits the target dead center, much surprise and delight of the boys near it. He smiles, walking toward the boys, talking about proper stance and how to most effectively hold a bow. A noise comes from the tree line near their practice venue, and he stops, scanning the woods, blue eyes squinting against the sun. A shadow moves, making its way through the forest behind them. He draws an arrow and lines up the shot, carefully tracking the motion of the hidden creature. Loosing the arrow, he wastes no time and quickly grabs another. The boys spin, watching the arrow fly into the forest, immediately lost among the trees. There's sudden explosive movement in the undergrowth as a deer erupts from the tree line, running across the edge of the clearing. The boys laugh, turning to joke with the man about his lousy shot. They stop talking, seeing him holding the bow and leading the deer with a knocked arrow. They drop to the ground as he looses this last arrow, which flies true and strikes the deer right behind its shoulder, piercing heart and lungs and dropping it dead almost immediately. The boys stare at the deer for a few seconds and then slowly turn to look at the man, newfound respect in their eyes. He smiles again and breathes a quiet sigh of relief. So, that's it? That's just a thing I can do, is look at people's soul? I want to talk to them.
Yes?
Can you just talk to them? Nope. Weird. I assume that's the result of my close call with that, whatever that artifact was. I like how there's just corpses there, and they're like, eh, whatever. I guess those are just their belongings now. Oh, those clothes are actually worth a decent amount. I guess I'll pick them up after all. Not so much the daggers and clubs. Alright, let's go back and check on the Animancer. Or the corpse thereof. There she is. Right? The squat, distended body of an elderly dwarf woman dangles from a thin, crooked bough that sags at the tug of her noose. The bloated purple flesh of her neck, worn away in patches like moth-eaten linen, bulges over the rope that suspends her, and her lifeless head lolls forward rigidly from one side to the other when the breeze shifts. You perceive a faint glow around her that casts no light on its surroundings, but there is a tepid warmth to it, and you feel somehow that you could reach out and touch it, not with your hands, but with some aspect of yourself that has no worldly dimension. So this is the thing that I can do, is like reach out for their souls. You take a deep breath, clearing your mind, focusing on your objective. As you exhale, you feel yourself spreading out toward the hanging woman, perceiving all that lies between you and her with new, unfamiliar awareness. Once you've expanded enough to reach her, there's a sudden jolt to your mind, a ringing, electrical surge of images and words and sounds. Involuntarily, you shut your eyes and feel yourself being pulled down to some deeper consciousness in a space occupied only by you and the hanging woman. And when you open them again, she is staring at you with eyes clouded in a milky fog, her body still swaying in a wind you no longer feel from a tree that stands planted in a misty void. The woman gives a slow nod of her head, the rope creaking as she does so, and she smiles at you.
Have you come here for me, dear? Or have you gotten lost? Ah, it is both, I think. Yes? Is that what we're doing? Perhaps it just seems that way. Perhaps it is the easiest way for your mind to make sense of it. I think it is a very good choice. The world looks a little different than it used to, is that it? Feels like you're noticing things for the first time that have always been there. You have seen past the shroud. It only takes an instant. Your soul remembers, yes? Remembers how it sees when it leaves the body, like being reminded of a dream you had forgotten. You are a watcher now, and a watcher you will stay. What indeed?
Oh,
Long hours have many
I reached out for the
animals
soul of the
spent
Animancer,
studying such
and
things.
she's actually like having a
Not I.
conversation with me,
Not
explaining
I.
why I can do this.
I'll tell you what I know, though, since fair is fair. And here we are, visiting, you and I, and it reminds me of better times. Souls pass on. Some say through Audra stones, which are the blood veins of the world. They leave the world for a time and are reborn into it, sometimes more than they were before, but usually less and seldom the same. For all souls there is a time where they do not live, yet have not passed on, and those souls roam the world, same as you or I, either leaving or lost. But no one sees them because they have forgotten how. A watcher sees, though, knows what to look for. And sometimes they know a person just by looking at them, know where they've been in ages past when their bodies were other bodies. See memories even their owner can't recall. A wonder to behold when all goes well. A wonder! Oh, nothing to be afraid of, I'm sure. It's just much to take in for some. Sometimes there's trouble sleeping or other difficulties. You should see old Merwald. He could tell you much more than I. A watcher just like you. Helped many in his day. Took up in an old keep no one would claim. Not far, not far. Kadnua, beyond the Black Meadow. He will welcome the company. Did you now, dear? My, that would be something, wouldn't it? Could be luck, could certainly be. A storm can be a careless thing.
I like the voice
Maybe
acting in
it
this.
got its hands around your soul, but couldn't pick it up. A soul can be heavy if it stayed in one piece through its time. Strong souls, we call them in the trade. Cold, I mean. Called them. Those days are all behind me, no? Oh, yes. Entropy. Rimagan's work. We know little of why or how. We lose pieces of ourselves when we die and pick up pieces of others when we are born again, but less than what we lost. We tried to stop it with the animantic sciences, but with little success. No. A very small few resist Rimergan's influence and stay
Right?
together
There's a lot
for some
going on
force
here.
of defiance,
Welcome in, Fen.
at least for a time. But they all succumb eventually, I think. Me? I'll bore you to tears, though.
The only thing I really want to know is what the hell an Animancer is.
A student of the soul. Something so basic, yet so poorly understood. But so many breakthroughs have been made in my lifetime. Had been made. Had been. To hear the locals tell it, we're a gang of soul manglers that preys upon the weak-minded. And the worst of us are. But the best of us? The best? Inspirations. Miracle workers. My parents were soul twins. miserable before they met, empty inside. It was an animancer who helped one find the other, turned their lives around. You wouldn't believe the stories. Amnesiacs helped to remember their lives. The suicidal brought back from the brink of oblivion. The elderly afforded extra moments to say their goodbyes. How soon we forget when we're afraid. It's a fascinating science. A fascinating time to be alive in a place like Deerwood that does not control the research, no? I love the Valian Republics for many things, but their recent caution will leave them behind, I fear.
Alright, and... yeah, let's see what happened.
Oh, come now. Such a question. As though the answer were plain as a rope tied for strangling. Allow an old dwarf her last bit of cheer. Well, I came where I was needed, didn't I? Offered my services to Lord Radric for a pittance. A humble pittance. I was to examine the Lord's wife, see why the gods have seen fit to poison her womb. Studied her for months, looked high and low for impurities, tested her valence, the permeability of her essence. Do you know what I found? Nothing at all. A healthy woman, head to toe, blessed with a beautiful soul. Such a sweet woman, too. Meek, but warm-hearted. A few months' time, and the lord of the house demanded answers. For a time, I told him what he wanted to hear. Oh, yes, my lord. She is riddled with imbalances. I must have time to cure her. As the birth drew near, he grew impatient, as lords do. And this is where I've ended up.
Fair enough. Alright, I think that's all I really wanted to know.
Goodbye, my dear. It was lovely visiting.
Crucible of the Soul. What does that mean? I wonder if he even knows what a Watcher is. I guess so. Alright. Oh, I leveled up again. Nice, let's go. Let's see. First 6 ranks grant bonuses, so... I already got the bonus movement, which is what I wanted out of that. This would give me more... allow my second win, the thing that recovers endurance during combat, once per combat, to recover more endurance. Let's raise his mechanics, because I don't currently have a character that can deal with traps, I don't think. I don't think the other guy can. Although maybe he can. I didn't actually look at what his skills are. Why don't I do this in a... I want to look at what his... yeah, I will cancel level up, because I want to take a look at the other guy's skills. I haven't even looked at what he is or what he can do, since I just got him. Character sheet. Okay, he's a wizard. He's got very high lore, but low mechanics. So I could raise my own mechanics to make up for his weakness. Well, for the party's weakness, I guess. Or I could hope I can get an actual character who naturally has high mechanics. And instead continue to raise my athletics and... What does actually bonus versus creature type mean? Oh, after 6th rank, the previous earned bonuses become more powerful in the same order they were received. So, actually, there is a good reason to keep leveling survival. Then, in that case, I'm going to keep doing that. I'm going to keep going with survival. I'll put a couple points into Well, no, my other guy has lore covered. I'll could have put a couple points into mechanics. Oh, and now I get a class. No, this is still another perk, right? Monk is able to channel physical pain into pure energy and redirect it to his or her attackers. While the monk has wounds, he or she adds a proportional fire damage to melee. Ooh. I already have a bonus to move speed from survival, and it'll get higher as I increase my survival more. This one requires 2 wounds, a powerful attack that knocks the target back a significant distance. I was talking to a lady hanging from the tree. I just saw your question. Specifically her soul that hadn't left her body yet. Since I nearly died, apparently that is now a thing that I can do. Target bumps others out of the way and bounces off hard surfaces like walls before ending up prone. Oh, that's nice. Prone for 9 seconds. So it does a lot of damage, knocks them back, which can free me up to fight somebody else or reposition. That seems like a really good ability. I think I'm gonna take Force of Anguish. That seems really strong. And I already took something that allows... It requires 2 wounds, but I already took an ability that allows me to gain wounds for fewer hit points lost. So hopefully I'll be able to use that more often.
Huh?
17 and a half. $17 and a half. Well, could be 18, depending on how you count the people hanging from the tree. Name's Adair. Though to the people around here, might as well be 19. Don't think I'd put you much higher than 22, 23 tops. You look like the sort that likes to get involved. The dwarf woman. You were trying to figure out whether to count her as a full person. I think you oughta. I was smoking over here, saw you staring at her. Twice I refilled my pipe. You never so much as blinked. Your mouth was so slack I took you for a Radric at first. Careful, friend. Best not use that word round here. Could be any number of Radric bootlickers within earshot. Ciphers, animancers, watchers. Same thing in the eyes of folks around here, Radric especially. They come through these parts all the time with their cures, preying on the desperate. None of them are who they claim to be. Of course, seeing you with that
Guess it's a good thing I didn't choose to be a Cypher
you were having some
watcher.
Kind of communion with that dwarf. Either case, maybe I'm not 19 after all. No offense.
None taken. Good. They don't mean it personal when they hang folks here.
The town's had it in for me for a long time now. Only fellow who ever stuck up for me, well, he's number 18 up there. My headman on the farm. Used to be my captain during the war.
Radric sent men down here the other day, said they had it on good authority someone in town was working with Kolsk, plotting Radric's overthrow. Said if he didn't come forward right then and there, they'd hang every last one of us. No one was coming forward, so Swithin, that's my headman, he steps up and says it's him. They took him at his word. Jeez.
Pick the wrong god. That's what it comes down to. Used to be a lot of Aethys worshippers in Gilded Vale. That mess of rocks over there, that was a temple to him, to give you some idea. Then one day, somebody named Widewind shows up on Deerwood's doorstep. Says he's the living flesh of Aethys. Got an army with him. Suddenly, Aethys isn't so popular in these parts. My brother Woden and me, neither of us believed it. No way was that Aethys. He enlisted, then I did too. But, he didn't make it back. After the war, people took to punishing Aethys worshippers, accusing them of treason. Got real ugly, especially after the legacy started. Folks needed someone to blame. I was safe because I fought, but then this rumor starts that my brother, that he was on the wrong side. And I wasn't so safe anymore. Until my headman stepped in and said they'd have to hang him to get to me.
Ooh.
Seems that's no longer a concern. Of course. The townies don't do the hanging these days, but when Raedric's men come, they got no problem doing the pointing.
So, yeah, why don't you come with me, dude?
Seem to remember hearing something about that years ago. He tamed that place. People would seek him out for all kinds of things. Troubles of the soul, questions for the departed. Of course, that was back when you didn't have to say Watcher with a hush on your breath. A man such as that, there'd be things I'd want to ask him. Don't know why I never thought of it before. Not sure how I feel about setting out with a stranger, and a strange one at that. But truth be told, you might be the only one in town who wouldn't feel some relief seeing me swing from that tree. All right then. Guess I'll do some sightseeing. Long as you're not the one picking the sights.
Hell yes! Picked up a party member from a random conversation. I was not expecting that. Should have known from how much voice acting he had, though. I'm happy. Alright, what is his deal, though? He is a 3rd level fighter. Oh, nice. There's my front line. Very high athletics, decent survival. Good stats. And he's got the same knockdown ability the girl I had earlier had, which I really liked. Hell yes, that was an excellent pickup. I'm glad I thought to talk to him. I wonder if there's anyone else I can pick up in this town. I suppose I have enough money to just buy a random-ass adventurer from the tavern. If I want more people. Is that... What is that? Hold on, let's... What do you have to say first? Oh. No, if that's all it is, I don't need it. Hello? Alright, let's see what's down here. Oh, you're not doing so well. A man lies resting against the wall, lit by the dim illumination of the fading sconces. He has a gaunt, fox-like aspect, and his face is pale and damp with sweat. One arm is held loosely against his side, sleeve soaked with blood. He gives you an anxious glance as you near, his features twisted with pain. Have a care if you mean to go in. He casts a quick look towards the doorway to his left. This place is not so empty as I thought. He angles a look up at Idir. Paying respects, Eothasian? Wow. He manages a pain grin. A little risky, isn't it? Think what the townsfolk would say. Safer down here than up there, even with the rats as big as they are. A faint edge of hostility belies Idir's playful tone. This temple isn't what it used to be. Probably for the best, times being as they are. He groans at Shift's position, wincing. I'm no looter, if that's what you're thinking. Not one of his types, either. Wertan jerks his chin towards Idir. Just want to do some good, I suppose. Got my arm clawed up for it. He regards you warily. Maybe you'd have better luck. So, what clawed your arm up? I was trying to avoid the spiders. He breathes a quiet laugh. Ran into a scolder. Might have gone a little better for me if the beast hadn't knocked the sword right out of my hand. Good blade, too. Probably still lying there in the dust. He smiles weirdly. But I'm not, so that's alright. It's not a bad wound, I think. Just hurts. I can go get your sword for you. Oh. Alright, that's kind of you, but there's no need. It wasn't doing me any good. You're welcome to it, though, if you find it, and more if you help me get something more important. With the arm like this, I could use your help. Man points a finger upwards. These ruins around us used to be a temple of Eothas, the scattered god, a grand temple at that. His worshippers would come from all over the Deerwood, from Reed Cirrus even. Not so much from Reed Cirrus these days. Until the war, of course. Even then, you get some of the stubborn ones, the ones that couldn't get it through their heads that their god was dead and gone. Go on. Once the legacy started, Lord Raedric decided he'd been too lenient on the Eothasians. He had his people go in and put them to the sword. Left them down there, buried under a heap of rock. After that, Raedric ordered the temple sealed. It's been years like that, up until recently. Lord Raedric hopes that if we rededicate the temple to a living god, then we'll be forgiven, and the legacy will end, see? He smiles wryly. So if you weren't here earlier, the legacy is this place in particular has a curse of children being born what they call soulless. They're not stillborn, but they claim they're born without souls. They're basically breathing but barely alive, and they end up dying shortly thereafter, and they're trying to stop it. But until then, the temple is as you see it, unguarded. That's where you come in. Huertan licks his lips. Those priests, maybe they didn't have a lick of sense between them, but they still didn't deserve to go like that. Chopped down in their god's house. It doesn't sit right with me. If you can get down there, find the remains, maybe we can finally give them a proper burial. Huertan breathes out. No small task. There's coin in it for you if you need motivating. Alos's cautious expression softens. A pleasant surprise to see someone around here who has a shred of respect for the dead. I take it you aren't supposed to be in here. Huertan laughs bleakly. Well, I meant to be in and out, nice and quick. I'm not hurting anyone, it's just Lord Raedric's forbidden anyone having anything to do with the Scattered God. It'd be a little harder to explain to him than you. It's a good cause, though, isn't it? And you can make some coin in the process. Sure. Then by the flame, I owe you a good turn. But listen, the temple's been sealed off for so long it's crawling with creatures. But if you get past them, the priests would have been down on the lower floor. They'll be there still if they're anywhere. Those priests had all kinds of secret chambers, switches in the walls, trick sconces, that kind of thing. Keep an eye out, and take care down there. I wouldn't want to have to send someone else after your remains. I'll wait here by the stairs and keep a lookout. Maybe try to patch myself up some. How much money do I have? I have enough that I could hire an adventurer from the tavern, because right now I only have like half of a full party. I feel like before I go adventuring in there, I'm going to go grab another person. I wonder if there's anyone else in town I can recruit like I just randomly did with, what's his name? I've already forgot. Adir. Where am I? I am there. The inn is there. At the very least, I can pick up an adventure. I have plenty of money. These are just random villagers. That's a server. Okay, so these are the only people in here that are interesting, but all I can do is do like the soul contact thing. That doesn't help me. I'd like to hire some help. Oh, it's more expensive for a level 2 adventurer. Let's sell these clothes. Oh. Yeah. Okay, that doesn't work. Oh, there we go. I guess I don't have the 600 for it. Even after all that, I only have 400. What about in my stash? Oh, this stuff. Is any of this worth anything? Probably shouldn't go selling this until I know if it has a use for, like, crafting or something. So let's just trade off the equipment, and I'll just buy a level 1 adventurer. Oh, there's a whole ass... oh, no, okay. Oh, I guess I do actually do a whole ass little... character creation thing. That's interesting. I didn't expect it to be like that. Well, yeah, let's get us a rogue. I don't have one. Rogue attacks his or her enemies. Ability to move around effectively. No, I want Blinding Strike. Hmm. Let's get him some bonus mechanics from his origin. Yeah, it works.
Yes.
Yeah, that is actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
How may I help?
This is Fodder the Rogue. I'm sure he'll be fine. But yeah, I guess you could make like a whole ass custom party with that setup. That's kind of cool. But I'd prefer to mostly fill out my party with actual characters with storylines and voice acting.
You must gather your party before venturing.
Yeah, I thought it was just going to be like a random ass character. I didn't realize I'd be able to do the whole character creation thing again.
They won't see me coming.
Just stealthing my way through here because I don't know what to expect yet. Oh, yep, glad I did. Hold on. Let's take all you out of stealth mode. Oh. Okay, you're my new guy. You should be flanking enemies. You get a bonus for that. You get right up on them. You pull back and get ready to use Arcane Assault, right? Oh, interesting. Okay, that would hit my own guys. I don't want to use that yet. Let's have you move out of the way and then reposition.
Yes.
Once everyone's engaged.
Well.
Oh. Switch to focusing on that one. Okay, this doesn't affect allies. That's good to know. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to have you move over here. Alright, that wasn't so bad. Oh, there's another one. Alright, he just has like a basic range attack in addition to that couple per combat ability.
Most inconvenient.
Oh, my dude's not doing so well. Use your second wind. Oh, they're dead. Okay. Man, he took a bit of a beating. I gotta watch that.
I'll see what I can find.
Oh.
Hey,
Let's have you go first. And everyone else kind of follow in.
hey.
Alright, you go get him. Wait, I don't want you. I want you and you to go around. And then you.
Let's.
Oh. Oh, they're all stunned, that's why. Got it. Alright, so far not bad. Stuff down here isn't particularly threatening.
Right.
I'll see what I can find.
Let's level up this guy. Let's give him an actual heal. All right. Ooh, level 2 spell. Let's see. Causes enemy wounds in the area of effect to ignite, inflicting additional burn damage over time. Eats away at the target's spirit, inflicting corrosive damage, and converting that essence into endurance for the caster. Creates a scorching ray of flame. Between the caster and target, inflicting continual burn damage to target and anyone caught in the ray. Creates a rebounding ball of fire, inflicting burn damage upon anyone in its path. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I just want a good direct damage spell for him, so let's take that. And let's continue on. Guys are still being sneaky. Oh, okay, there's some stuff here. Let's have you go in. Oh. Yeah, that's what I want him doing. I want him locking down more enemies so that my rogue can sneak around and get the flanking bonuses.
What is it?
Okay. Let's have you go in and start the fight off. You pick up that one, and you try to flank. Yeah, get that flank bonus, and you try out some of your new stuff. Oh, somebody got... Oh. I guess he couldn't take that many enemies. Good to know. Where the hell did you just go? Get back in there. Alright, let's try out my new ability here. Oh, wow. Okay, that launched his ass. Oh, my guy's down. He's back up.
Slowly dying of poison.
Okay, he's back to full.
Yes. Not to alarm.
Okay, let's get a knockdown on this guy. Hopefully that'll help, because that guy's doing most of the damage. Can you back away, or are you stuck? No, okay, you can back away. Let's do that and hit them with this. What else we got?
Get up!
Oh, shit. This is going poorly. What do you got? Okay, can you freeze him? Okay, well that worked, but now he's in trouble. Oh, damn it. That was a much harder fight than I was expecting. Let's try it again.
Sure.
Oh, do I gotta redo all this? Damn it. Well, at least those other fights weren't hard. I could probably just brute force my way through them. Yeah, it's only that last fight that was even a problem, so let's just go.
Let's go. Most inconvenient. Let's go.
Oh.
Cut out for it.
I said I could brute force my way through, but one of my guys already got knocked out. Apparently I did this a lot better the first time. Alright, there we go. Alright, once again, let's level him up. Give him the athletics. So you can actually heal in combat. Okay, I get 2 picks. That's what I did wrong last time. I didn't actually pick 2 abilities. Necrotic Lance and... yeah, Corrosive Siphon. Alright, there we go.
Nice and quiet. Aye?
I need you to get in there and engage him before he gets to my wizard. Same with you. You can hang back, though. Oh, he stunned all my dudes.
Bring them, kill them.
These ones are in for a walloping!
I know there's another one over here. Let's do that. Have you lock him down, and then you can move in for the flank. Okay, that worked. And now I know that there's a particularly hard fight over here. I'm going to try and be smarter about this time. Let's put you out front with defensive mode up. Actually, oh, doing that reduces his deflection. That's probably why he went down so fast. So let's not do that.
Yeah.
Let's put you guys out front, though, so that the enemy can't just run right on through to my caster like they did last time. And I'll open the fight with him this time. I will have him hang back and try and get a flank.
How may I help?
So, what do we got? We have... Necrotic Lance. How close? Okay, he's got to get closer, so I'll move these guys up as well. Alright. This ought to be alright. They should be able to hold back. Okay, yeah, I did a number on him. That's what I was hoping for. You engage that one, and you work on AoEing down some guys. Like that. What are you up to? You can do your Force of Anguish, so do that. Knock him back. Oh, he can't be knocked down like that, huh? Well then, at least heal your ass up. And blind this guy. And try for a knockdown again. Oh, we got the knockdown. Nice. Okay, you run like a bitch. I'll deal with that in a second. Come on, engage, engage, engage. Okay, oh, good. They didn't get away. Well, okay, one of them did. Go after him. You turn around and fight him. Wait, which one are you? Let's have these guys swap. I want my fighter fighting the king. He's obviously the most dangerous. Hopefully he can run him down quick. And do I have anything that can stop him in his tracks? Oh, I do have that. Let's see if I can do that. Oh! I didn't realize 2 of them had gotten through there. That's not good. Keep running. Okay, well, at least he engaged him. Now we can try that again. Against just one of them. Okay, that didn't work. That did not freeze him. Can you heal up, please? Same goes for you. Oh, my dwarf's down. Damn it. This is not going well still. Okay, well, at least he healed up, but now it's 3-on-1. That's not good. Let's try and get a knockdown on the king. Okay, we got the knockdown. Let's see. Okay, we should be able to take him out. Okay, we got him. Oh, but the king's back up. This isn't going to go well. I don't even have any healing for him. Oh, you can't even use a potion. Damn. No, I'm going to lose this again. It's all because they got to my wizard. Damn it, this is such a hard fight. Maybe I need to level up some more first. Oh. I should also save right before that fight so that I don't have to redo the other shit on the way there. This is really hard, actually.
Yeah.
Alright, so I'm gonna go a different direction and maybe not take that fight right away.
Hi?
Oh, that's a lot of dudes.
Stuck.
I did not realize it was that many dudes. Shit.
Kinda stuck over here.
Oh my god, my wizard's already almost dead. This is even going worse than before. What have I done? At least that did a number on him. You already healed, so do the knockdown. Use Torment's Reach again to try and take a couple of them down. Is that the right... Oh, no, I want to hit that one. Okay. He's almost down. Can he heal up in time? Okay, good. Still in this. Let's knock you back. Okay, got rid of him. I don't have a heal for him left, so... God, there were just so many. And unfortunately, I put my wizard out front because I didn't realize there were that many. Oh. Yeah, it's already over.
Leave it to me.
Maybe I just shouldn't be down here this early. Maybe this just isn't a place that I want to be. We're going to try one more time. I'm going to try and be smart about this. Before I go and try and level up somewhere else where I'm not just getting swarmed and murdered.
Hope you're not expecting much.
Yes?
Hey.
Okay, there we go. That's probably a better formation for me to be moving in so my wizard doesn't get singled out. Oh. Okay, let's have you three move in on it.
How may I help?
Oh, on them, I guess.
Huh?
Wow, these things do a lot of damage. Let's see. Okay, well, at least I popped that one with that. Let's do the same with that. Where are you going, dude?
Let's go.
Where are you guys going?
Just another.
Oh. Who got KO? Alright, I think we did it. Alright, get up, buddy.
Well?
Hey.
Nice and slow.
Okay, so that was all that was in here? Just some will-o-wisps? Okay. Same as last time, only this time my wizard does not get caught up in it right off the bat.
Yes? Hey.
Let's have you go in. Ooh, I don't like the ear. Let's try this. I haven't tried this ability yet.
Hey.
Alright, let's... I don't want to torch my own guys. Let's try that. Ooh, that hurt him. That's good. But I'm out of those now, so let's do one of these.
You're kind of stuck over here.
No, no, no.
Down by...
Heal you up. Alright, can you just take on... Are you able to take on even one of these guys? If you can just take one, that would be amazing.
Yeah.
I need you to punch him back. Please? Please do something at least? Oh, he's got more than one on him now. You need to heal. Heal, heal, heal. Okay, he healed. He needs to heal. Okay, you healed. Now, you send that guy flying if you can. Please, thank you. Let's buy ourselves some space here. Do a knockdown on him.
Not to alarm you, but I'm...
Okay, what are you doing, bro?
slowly dying of poison. Kind of stuck over.
Oh, there we go. Focus him down first, I guess. Do another one of those, try and kill him. Didn't quite get the kill. Oh, we did. We got the kill. All right, let's finish that one. All right, we got that one. That one's the only one left. We can do a knockdown on it, hopefully. All right, just one-on-one, but I think he should be able to handle this. Let's knock it down again just in case.
You're not getting through me.
Oh, he's not doing a whole lot of damage. Oh, thank God. That was rough.
Hey.
Okay, yeah, that's what I need more crowd control, more than even damage. So I'm going to look at that. I'm going to take Binding Web and... Ooh, an AoE Blind? Hell yes. That's what I'm going to do. Binding Web and Black Insight. That'll help more than just having more damage. I wonder if I can go back in... Actually, no, I can just use some camping supplies to rest up and recover, because my guys all have a variety of wounds now. You engage him.
Leave it to me!
Heal up. God, he's getting his ass kicked. Let's launch it away.
Hey.
Oh, you are in rough shape. Fall back. You get in there and engage and hold him up. And you go for the flank.
Yes. Not
No, you... God damn it. I keep misclicking and having people take attacks of opportunity for no reason. Get your ass in there. Okay, you can heal up again, so do that. Alright, you're still in this.
Let's go.
Alright, we blinded it. Hopefully that helps. It's pausable real time is what it's considered. I assume that that's how many spells I have per rest rather than per combat, whereas this is per, yeah, it's 2 per encounter. The spells are per rest, so I don't want to necessarily waste those.
Aye? Indeed.
Hey.
Alright, now I'm almost back to the fight that I keep having trouble with, but I'm going to actually save my game this time. And I'm going to rest up, because a bunch of my guys have status effects from having been KO'd. This will also give them some damage reduction. And now let's try and take this fight when we're actually fresh. My one dude's got all of his spells.
Keeping an eye out.
Alright. Pause. Let's move you here. You need to engage. Which one's the king? That one. Okay, let's have you use that ability on him. Let's have you try and blind him. I just want to focus on that guy not being able to do his full damage, because he's by far the most dangerous. And now, this is why I brought these spells, so that I can try and lock these guys down.
Yes.
Alright, now they shouldn't just be able to run at him as soon as I start doing other stuff.
Stuck over here.
Alright, get in there and help. You're getting your ass kicked. Turn that off so he has more deflection. Let's go. Let's send you flying. And focus on that guy. Oh, I already did that, right? Let's focus this guy down. Okay, we focused him down. That was quick. Next is that one. No, that's not what I want.
Yes.
Okay, now he's down. Now we have the king and this guy who's still KO'd or knocked down over there. I'll worry about him later. Let's do that. Hopefully that daze will help. Oh, he's starting to get back up. Will that reach him? Yes. Oh, that does a lot of damage. Let's finish him off before he gets back into the fight. Nice. Oh, he is getting his ass kicked, and he has no heals left. Let's see if I can get a knockdown on him to save him. And you only have one spell left. Let's do this to try and blind him.
Hey.
Oh, we got the knockdown. Nice. We might actually have this. Just keep attacking now. What do you got? You've got your abilities, so let's do the knockback. Oh, yes, we got the knockdown again. Nice, nice, nice. As soon as he gets up, I'm going to do it again.
Let's go.
Are you not? You should be attacking, dude. Do your thing. Oh, that didn't knock him down that time. Oh, it did. Nice. I think we got this. I think we've just got him chain knocked down. Let's use his knockdown. Oh, he knocked down my guy. You can heal. So as soon as you get up, heal, please. Oh, never mind. He got knocked out.
Hey.
That's not very helpful.
I don't have anything else, unfortunately. I was so close to winning, and now I don't have any other resources to burn on killing this guy.
Get up, lad!
Oh no! It's just down to my wizard. No, buddy.
I shall deal with this one. Let's these ones are in for a let's
No, I was so close to winning. Oh, damn it. I can't believe it came down to that last guy and he managed to take out both of my monk and my fighter. I really thought I had that once I kept knocking him down, but then my monk took way too much damage too quickly and I didn't see it fast enough to heal him. Oh, that's not the one I want. I know I saved. Is it gone? Oh, there. Load. I'm starting to think maybe hard is too hard for me. I thought having played games like this before I'd be fine, but I'm just getting wrecked. I might just be in an area that's too difficult for me. So it's not like it tells me what these guys' levels are. I have no clue if I'm punching above my weight, essentially. So let's leave those guys. Let's see if I can gain some more levels elsewhere, because that one king dude is able to take on like my entire party. 3 bells hang from the stone protrusion that runs along the wall. Years of dust and grime coat the metal. There is one large bell at the center, flanked by 2 smaller ones. Let's examine the bells. Oh, bells appear to be fully intact. They are made of a thick iron and look very heavy. There doesn't appear to be much out of the ordinary about them. Let's ring the small bell. A strange hush falls upon the room, muting the sound of the bells and the eternal drip of damp stone alike, and then a sudden dissonant toll sounds from the bells so loud and piercing that you are compelled to cover your ears. I'm sure there's an answer to this puzzle, I just haven't found it yet.
Hey. Hey.
Let's move you guys in here. Let's have you hang back. Everyone else moves in. As long as there's not a king, I should be fine. Yeah, let's have you do that. Why are you running over there?
Yes. Hey.
Oh, there's another one.
Laying low. Hey.
Easy peasy. As long as there's not some crazy high-level dude in with them, I seem to be doing alright. Oh, a fine sword. What is he equipped with right... not him. Him. What is he even equipped with right now? I don't know what kind of gear he uses. He's using a saber. Is this better or worse? Let's compare. 15 to 21 slash. Plus 20% damage. Oh, okay, so all that shit I've been picking up is for enchanting, apparently. That's interesting. I hadn't even looked at the enchanting menu before. What are you equipped with? You have a spear. Let's compare, because the guy with the saber, his saber's really good, whereas this, I think, is better than... Yeah, this is better than his spear, so I'll give this guy the sword. What's up, Damon? Thanks for stopping in while you're at Papa John's yet again.
Nice and quiet.
I still gotta figure out how to do this bell puzzle. Just random books. I don't even know if I want those.
Shh.
Is that all there is around here? I already cleared the will-o-wisps up this way, right? Is that what was... No, this is a different direction. I haven't been here yet. So let's take it carefully. Oh. What is this? Nearby crystals light the cracked mosaic floor in shades of orange, and at certain angles, the metallic symbol beneath your feet gleams gold. As you look on, the air shimmers as if with summer heat. The very dust and air seem to pull together until a thin, glowing mist appears before you. In its rippling gleam, you sometimes think you see the shape of a man, features rendered in broad strokes of air and smoke. Is anyone else seeing this? Your voice sparks movement. The spirit surges with a sudden blazing light, and in the next moment you are somewhere else, your mind assailed with a sudden wave of fear and noise. You're in the chapter hall. Priests and faithful have gathered in a great crowd, spilling into the hall. Bodies press against you, surging forward to listen. Your own grief is mirrored in the face around you. Some of the initiates are weeping. Someone has snuffed the candles, and the room is dark save for the podium, lit from behind. Two people stand before it, lit in silhouette. A man is shouting, voice so ragged with fear you cannot understand what he says. But the rectrix stays calm, unmoved. Her strength will see you all through these dark times. You feel that hope like a spark behind your ribs. Somewhere behind you, someone begins to sing. The spirit tears itself from you with sudden, dizzying force, and you find yourself back before the ruined altar, swaying. The spirit fades as suddenly as it appeared. I see.
They won't see me coming.
Scroll of Restore Minor. Requires 2 lore, so that goes to my wizard. Face of the statue has had most of its features struck off, along with portions of its hands. Interesting.
A blade in the dark.
Hey. Hey.
So was that all that was over here? Yeah, I feel like I've explored everywhere I can without either figuring out that bell puzzle or dealing with that guy. Alright, let's save again. And for the umpteenth time, let's try this again. Alright, let's have you move here where you can actually see. You get up in there. You hang back a little. And you're already in defensive mode, which is where I want you. No. You need to get in there now, because he moved too far up. Let's have you... Actually, let's wait for everyone to get settled first. Because I don't want to waste that. That's like my most powerful ability right now.
But I'm slow.
Okay, there we go. Let's web these guys so that it stops being an issue. Alright, got 3 of them. That's good. Let's blind the king specifically. 'cause he's the biggest threat. Let's do a knockback on... He's almost dead, actually. Let's just finish him off. Save my knockdown. Alright, you go ahead and finish him off. Alright, you focus on him. You heal up immediately. Where's the king? There he is. Let's do that. Let's... He did his blind, I'm pretty sure. So let's start focusing down these other guys again. This worked a little last time, focusing them down with the magic missiles quick. Like that. Like that. And now let's try and knock down the king, since he's the only one left. And I can turn that off since I don't need to lock down anyone else and have more deflect. Alright, nice. Now, I actually have more magic missiles left than I did last time, so I can hopefully do some real damage with those first. Yeah, it seems to do a lot. Okay, let's go for another knockdown. And then... You really don't have anything else, do you, dude? Would it be better off blinding or tangling? Probably blinding. Let's blind him again. You're almost dead, so heal up quickly. Okay. Did he heal? No, he didn't. Okay, he healed. Thank God. I thought he wasn't going to make it in time.
Yeah. I shall deal with this one.
Oof, still getting my ass kicked here. Let's do... Wait, did I just win? Yes! Hey. Holy shit, finally. Who are you? A haze fills the air, coalescing steadily into the blur of dust and mist. It gathers into the outline of what appears to be a dwarf, a shimmering echo that fades in and out of sight. But stronger than sight is the sense within you of a powerful energy. It roils and seethes with a grief that seems to spill into your own thoughts, tainting them until the sorrow is your own. Like a crashing wave, the energy surges towards you and into you, and suddenly you are elsewhere. Before you is a brightly lit stone corridor, lined with torches and gleaming crystals. You're running, your footsteps echoing off the stone around you. You forgot to tie your sandals, and they're slipping through your feet, fouling your steps. You're late again. The right's going to begin without you. You hear the tolling of a bell, and your spirits lift as you recognize the familiar warped tone of the right hand, representing the first of the dawn stars to appear in the night sky and last to fade in the dawn light. You pray fiercely that this is the first of the chimes and not the last. The lights fade, as does the memory, and when your eyes clear, the spirit is gone. All right, what do you guys have? Oh, just meat. Okay, so that's all I found so far was that spirit and the other one. And now I need to figure out how to get past that.
A blade in the dark.
Which they mentioned the right bell being the first one, but that's the only clue I've gotten if that is even in fact a clue for that puzzle. And I don't see anywhere else to go. Oh! What? That was one of those spirits, and then it just went away, right? The hell?
Hey.
What is it?
Okay, anyway. I honestly don't know what that was, because I saw the poof of smoke that indicated the spirit was there, but it went away right away when I got to it. Huh. Oh, spider. Go get him.
You're not getting through me.
A blade in the dark.
That was it. This whole room was just one spider. Oh, and a box. With camping supplies. Nice.
Keeping quiet.
I really feel like I'm missing stuff in here, but I don't know what. Oh, there's stuff. Mother, I've asked Brother Edric to carry this letter to you, for he travels to New Hamer come morning. With him goes what coin I have, and I hope it will ease the surprise of an unexpected homecoming, for I mean to follow in a few days' time. Our village is much changed, and though I do not wish for you to worry, I do not feel it is safe to remain. I know Retrix Obrica will not approve, but...
I'll see what I can find.
I think I already... Oh, damn it.
Hardly fair.
Was that it? That was just that one trap? Oh, perception. Nice. +3 move speed. I'm going to give the move speed potion to this guy so he can run like a bitch if he needs to. What is perception even used for? I forget. Interactions to be used to catch someone in a lie. In combat, it contributes to accuracy, the reflex defense, and grants a bonus to interrupt. So clearly I should wear it.
Hey.
There's nothing else in here. Like, I could try and brute force that puzzle if I think that I'm correct about the right one being
nice and quiet.
One of them, but... Oh, man. So I could lockpick this if I had a mechanic stat of 9 and 3 lockpicks. Jeez. Nope. Oh! Alright. Because I remembered that thing, the spirit I saw earlier said he heard the right bell and he hoped it was the first one and not the last. So I assumed that meant right was first and last. And I just happened to go middle left with the other two and got it. That was... I was like, oh, well that didn't work, and then it told me it did. Look at me, it's like I'm smart or something. And not just incredibly lucky.
Steady does it.
You know, it's strange looking back. All the time I spent here growing up. Never seeing what was coming.
Oh, what is that? A shadow.
Yes?
Let's have you open on it with... Oh. He doesn't have any of his per rest abilities. I gotta keep that in mind. Let's have you guys engage it. Wait, why do you only have 1 hit point? I'll just have him hang back, I guess, because he's kind of fucked up. Alright, now that I know he's in such bad shape, I'm going to, since I got some more camping supplies, I'm going to take the second to rest. Alright, let's go.
You won't see me coming.
Another one of those. At least now my guys are at full health again.
Yes?
Oh, there's another one. And I guess we already got spotted, so let's just go get it. Oh, and another one. Shit. Get out of there. I don't want you getting caught. Are you able to blind this thing? Okay, at least they're focusing on him. Let's see if that does a number on that one.
How may I help?
I heard it, at least.
Hey, not good.
Oh my god. I feel like this is my fault for naming him fodder, that he goes down every combat.
Steady does it.
Oh, that's a lot of dudes. Let's see if I can open on them with a blind to start with. Or... Let's have you guys fall back.
How may I help?
Oh, he got aggroed. Whoops. Alright, well then, get out of the way, get out of the way. He can't even get out of the way now. You fall back, you fall back. Oh, he got caught. Just run anyway. Alright, now let's go get him. And you go back in now that he's out of the way.
Hey.
Let's have you do that, since that does AoE damage behind it. Nice.
Hi?
That wasn't so bad. Wait, hold on. Let's do that and make sure it's not trapped. Yep. I'm glad I checked. Let's disable that trap first. No. What about you?
It's finished.
Hey, I'm glad I made that guy a rogue. What is this? Properties. Freeze. 20% of freeze damage convert. Oh! So not only gives you freeze resistance, you heal off of freeze damage. That's interesting. But wait, you're already wearing a cape? What are you wearing? Oh, just a regular ass cape. Let's have you wear that instead.
Hey. I shall be discreet.
Oh, I was already here. Alright, let's keep going.
Steady does it.
Ooh.
Worth a look.
Oh, I'm glad I checked. Alright, so we got just a couple of shades. Wait, a shade is different than a shadow. I'm guessing it's stronger. So let's move you here and you here doing you here. And you here to engage stuff as they try to rush in. I'll keep my wizard and rogue back.
Hey.
Okay. Now he's been discovered. Let's have you help out with him. Oh, he jumped right up on us. Let's try it again. Okay, we killed one of them. Let's have these three focus down this other shadow. And he is almost dead again because that's just his permanent state of being, apparently. Let's kick this shade back.
Yes. Let's slow us down a while.
Oh, the shade just teleported past and got to him right away. That's not good. Let's see. Let's try that. You're still holding up, okay. No, please. Thank you. And let's give this guy a good kick. Heal up. And now try and blind this guy. Please finish this shadow off and then go help him. Oh, no, he went down. This is not good. This is not good. I don't even have any heals left. Yeah, these guys are, they're good. I feel like they're just going to win because I don't have, they are extremely resistant to physical damage. And I only have the one wizard and he doesn't even have very many offensive spells. But also, this is pretty funny to watch just because the cape that I put on this guy is causing him to heal off of frost damage, and that's what they do, so they're having a really hard time killing him. He just can't kill them either. Like, this is actually pretty funny how hard of a time they're having with this guy. Yeah, I think they had to go through his full hit points rather than just his endurance to actually kill him because he kept converting the damage to endurance. Alright, so I think I'm going to... Now that I know that I'm up against multiple of those guys, I feel like unlike the earlier fight, that's not a matter of just having better tactics. I actually can't win that with what I have right now. But at least I made it this far into here and I can always come back later. I even got past the puzzle mostly by accident. So we will come back to this. I don't want to just be stuck here banging my head against a wall for hours.
Of course.
No, you come too.
Of course.
Oh, stretch. Oh. Okay, so if I'm not going to explore down there anymore, let's, where am I supposed to go next?
Hey.
Next was... Oh, yeah, Cade New is where I'm supposed to be going, so... I guess let's figure out how to get there. Let's keep an eye out for anyone else who might be interesting along the way. Villager. Okay, so this is the only place I can go for now. I wonder why it matters how many hours it takes for me to get places. Am I on like a time limit in this game that I don't know about yet?
Hey.
Because that seems like a weird thing to tell me about the travel time between places if it doesn't matter, so... I assume I'm on some kind of timer for something. Oh. Oh, I was like, oh, that was easy, but there's more. Okay, you intercept that one. You go after that one. You hang back for a second.
Hi. Yes.
Oh, not you, just you two. Go after that one. Oh, now you can go after that one. Nope.
Let's go.
Easy peasy.
Hey. Hey.
Ooh. Alright, this guy dies so much, I think I'm going to... Well, I guess I can give him both sets of weapons, but, I think I'm giving him this instead, and... That's gonna be how he does damage, so that he stops just keeling over dead in every single fight. What is this? Memorials. I have no clue if any of that has any purpose. What is this here? Oh, just graveyard.
I shall be discreet.
I didn't check to see if there was like an entrance over here when I was in scouting mode, so let's do that. Nope, 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 nope. Well, that seemed like a whole pointless-ass diversion. God, Fodder is always low on health. He's living a rough life since he joined my party. And there's nothing south, that just leads off the map. At least I thought so, but there's... Oh, yeah, I guess that is still a road. Is that all this area was a graveyard and some trees? Is there anything up this way? Oh, spider.
Well?
Oh, there's more. Okay, you and you fall back first thing.
Well?
You focus that one, you grab that one. You shoot that one. You Cast on that. Oh, why are you... No, you get over there. What are you doing? There we go.
Bring them down.
Ooh. Homie actually did some work with that arbalist. Okay, there's another guy. I see him.
Keeping an eye out.
Let's have these guys engage first. Wait, no. These guys engage first.
Yeah.
Bring them down.
Okay, I should really use the number keys to select people so I stop misclicking. Oh my god, yeah, he's doing a ton of damage with that. That's what keeps one-shotting them is that crossbow I gave him.
Hey.
He's finally actually useful and not just dying. What? Why are these deer just okay with me walking up to them? That's weird.
Well, kill them all.
Oh, I thought one shot would kill a deer. Apparently, no. There we go. Also, why is it making such horrible noises? Holy shit. Well, we got a stag hide. Why did it sound like that? Oh my god. Oh, well, I don't want to go that way. I guess let's head to the south, see if that gets me in the direction I want to go. Oh! Hello.
How do you do?
Hold, sir, but a moment. A hooded man waits upon the road, clad in a green cloak. He strides forward to meet you as you approach, and at a closer distance, his features are revealed for those of a younger man, though lined with weariness. He appears to be favoring his left leg as he walks, and there is a dark stain upon the fabric of his trousers under the knee. Even so, he greets you with a polite bow. I do not know your purpose in traveling this road, friend, but I would warn you against it. He gestures up the path with a sweep of his arm. For the keep beyond belongs to that tyrant which calls himself Lord of the Gilded Vale. Like many tyrants, he is surrounding himself with stronger men and women for fear of retribution. The man smiles thinly. And so you are warned. If you would press on despite that, however, I wonder if we might not help one another. What is it you want? The man nods, standing a little straighter. It is a grim task that I ask you, but I assure you there is no other option. Lord Raedric must be stopped. Too long has Gilded Vale suffered under Raedric's madness. He would cure Widewind's legacy by ensuring there are none alive in the village to be afflicted. I fear his own wife Ygritte may be at risk. The man has no mercy in him. We have not stood idle. My people and I breached the defenses, intent on ending Raedric's rule ourselves. We entered through the sewers under cover of night, but we were routed. His face darkens. There are dark creatures down there in the dungeons. The work of Raedric's Animancer. It falls to you. Lord Raedric has called for further reinforcements, and soon there will be no stopping him. Our time grows short, and in this hour I must beg assistance where I can. He's going to owe us more than some rubble-strewn plot of land after this. Fling him from the ramparts, or else cut his head up from his shoulders. I care not. Once his throne lies empty, Gilded Vale will have the stewardship that it deserves. So, who are you? Only a man determined to see Gilded Vale restored to its former glory. There was a time, stranger, when Gilded Vale was worthy of its name. Crops gleamed like gold, and the village's people lived well. I don't know about the golden crops, but there were less flies anyway. And what has become of it now? Whatever has caused the blight upon our lands, it is not the fault of its people. Raedric looks to punish us for crimes we have not committed, and in turn he's blind to his own. I mean, yeah, I'm not a big fan of all the hanging he's doing either. Raedric's hold is crawling with soldiers and sellswords, all loyal to Raedric. They will not take kindly to intruders. In truth, they'll be all the more alert for our failed efforts. A frontal assault would be unwise. If you would brave it, you could follow our steps and seek out the entrance to the sewers at the eastern edge of the moats. He looks away. But several of my men were captured. It may be the entrance has been found and sealed anew. Those men who were under my command, I would be in your debt if you found some means of helping them. Once you make it inside, seek out my old friend, Nedmar. He is the high priest, Baratheon, now that the Shining God has fallen. A good man in difficult circumstances. He will listen to reason. Nedmar can help you reach Raedric, but he resides in the upper level of Raedric's hold, protected by guards and mercenaries. You have to keep to the shadows if you mean to reach him without alarming the entire keep. Thank you for the advice. I will make good use of it. I consider it a blessing from the gods that I found someone that understands honor and duty. May Magron bring you victory, friend. I wish you luck.
Hey.
Be nice if he wished us a few extra rebels and maybe a catapult while he was at it. Who was it who said, was that? I don't even know which one of the characters said that. Alright, so that's Radric's Hold. This was not where I was trying to get down to there. I have gotten sidetracked. I guess let's see what this is like. If it's too hard, I can always backtrack. I gotta keep track of time. Oh, actually, I need to take a brief break to feed the animals. I'll be back in just a second. Let's go BRB. Alright, fed the pets. Got my food. Ate it. Let's go.
Hey.
Let's see what we're up against here.
Wouldn't mind having a word with our esteemed lord while we're here. Got some suggestions for him.
The guard fixes a glower on you. You have no business here. Lord Raedric is not permitting any visitors, merchants, or traveling entertainers. He sneers. Best turn right around. I'm here to see Raedric. Guard snorts. Are you hard of hearing? He draws his sword. You've got one more chance to turn around. The guards inside won't be half so gentle. I'll be leaving then.
Hey.
Oh, hey, Lederhosen, what's up? Trying to find another way into this castle, I guess.
Hey.
They won't see me coming.
Ooh. The castle's bell tower rises up over the walls before you. Thick vines have grown over the outer wall, weaving over and between the stones. The vines span nearly the full length of the wall, curling over the parapets. It's good so far. I mean, I'm only a couple hours in, and I was kind of banging my head against a wall in a particularly hard fight for a while before I managed to get past it, but I'm enjoying it. I haven't played a game like this in a long time, like since Baldur's Gate. Let's examine the wall. The overgrown vines look fairly sturdy, though it is unclear whether they would bear a person's weight. Far above, you notice that a section of the parapets has fallen away, presenting a gap in the defenses. Let's do it. You get a running start at the bank of the moat and leap, aiming for some of the thicker vines. Your handhold sways, and there's an ominous cracking sound above you, but the vines hold. The tower looms above you. You climb up the keep wall. The climb up the keep wall is long and wearying. Fodder begins to lag behind, fatigued. But in time, the top of the wall comes within reach, and you are able to pull yourself up and over. Hey, I made it! That was easy.
Laying low.
Oh, nope. Oh, too late. Well, I'm gonna have to do a murderer 3. That's just how the cookie crumbles, or how the guard gets murdered, as it were. Let's hit you with that.
Hey.
Let's do a knockdown. That's per encounter. Yeah, 2 per encounter, so I can knock him down without having to feel bad about it. That's per rest, so I don't want to waste that. Oh, and there's another guard. Oh, and he spotted me. Go deal with him.
What is it?
Well, that hurt him at least. This guard's almost down.
Hey.
Alright, go take care of him. Oh, I thought he was dead. Whoops. You still have a little bit left in you. Let's finish you off. Oh, actually, you're in more trouble than he is. Let's heal you up. Oh, or I didn't get the heal off fast enough. Son of a bitch. And then he went down, of course.
Hey.
Our enemies will find us dead on our feet.
Well, that hurt.
Hey.
Alright, what happened to you? You got, so you've got +1 move speed and -2 move speed. That's alright. That's not that big of a deal. I'll wait to rest until I have something else happen. Guys here are pretty tough, but they seem to be beatable, at least for now, until I fight some sort of boss. So wait, if I dress all my guys in priest robes, will they not recognize me? Is that what this is saying? Where was that? Lord of Baronland. I found some Baratheon robes. They may help me blend in with the priests on this floor. That's what I was hoping for. So now that we're all wearing those, we should be all right? Question mark?
They won't see me coming.
Is there anything here? Nope.
They won't see me coming.
Hold, brother. Pardon my interruption, but I don't seem to recall having seen you before. I've only recently taken my vows. More new recruits. Well, my guy just isn't smart enough to get through this conversation without murder. That's okay. It almost worked. Oh, alright. My guys are starting off surrounded. That's not ideal. Alright, let's have you intercept him. You go for him. Take a shot at him. And let's try and focus this guy. Actually, let's get you away from the doorway so you don't get surrounded right off the bat. Alright, now let's go. Or did I drop him? Okay, I dropped him that quick. That's good. Go help in the doorway. Light up a shot on the High Priest. Ooh, you're taking a bit of a beating. Heal up. Please. Thank you. Now go for a knockdown on him. How are you doing? You actually haven't been harmed yet, so I can't even use your abilities yet. Oh god, you're getting your ass kicked over here, dude. Oh, you're about to go down and I don't have a heal left for you, unfortunately. What have you got? Let's take him down, so at least that's one fewer. Oh, I didn't even finish him, damn. Okay, that did. You're still unhurt, so we can keep going. Oh my god. I keep thinking I take this guy down, but he keeps getting healed. And now I'm down him too. Yeah, this area might just be too much for me. This is rough. Yeah, I guess I was barely beating, like, the basic bitch guards. I probably wasn't ready for this. Wow. That was rough. Alright, let's load back to here and not do what I just did. Yeah, I was struggling against basic bitch guards. I wasn't going to take the actual, like, mini-boss of the area, so I kind of went this way without meaning to. I was honestly trying to go down here to Kaidnaya or whatever, so let's see if going the other way out of the Eastern Wood works. Or if I have to go through Roderick's hold for that. I honestly don't know if this is linear or not.
Hey.
But I just felt like that area was a little too advanced for me. I also don't think I did everything I could have done back in town. I know the, like, Captain the Guard told me to come talk to him as well.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Oh. Where's... Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah, this goes in the right direction. That's what I want. I still don't know why it's telling me how many hours it takes to get places. I guess I'll find out eventually. So world map. So I want to go to the east here to get where I was going. Talk to the Watcher over there. Oh. Oh my. Trolls. Okay. You take one. You take one. You shoot one. You daze one.
Hey.
Nope. You back up. Back up. Don't run up into melee. That's not your job. Well, there's a lot of these guys. And they are strong. Let's go for a knockdown on that guy. What about you? Are you hurt? Yes, you're hurt enough to use your abilities, so let's launch him back. There we go. And focus on him. No, get out of melee range, you idiot. Alright, my guys seem to be holding up alright. Let's do a little knocky down on him. Right? Knockdown? I think he got interrupted was the issue. Who are you even shooting at? Focus on him.
Well,
We've almost got that one down. Let's try and finish him with that. Okay, we got that. Okay. That means I can turn and use that on him instead. Let's try and focus him down. Heal up. Okay. He's back. Let's keep focusing that guy down. Well, as long as I still have the wounds to use that, I'm gonna keep spamming it until he's down. Go, go, go. Alright. That wasn't so bad. I saw all those trolls and I was like, oh, this is gonna be rough, but it actually wasn't. Hello? I still don't know what's going on with that. Is that a dragon corpse? Damn.
Blade in the dark.
Interesting. What the hell happened here? More of these guys. Adir. I don't know if there's more coming, but we'll have you two focus first. And now you shoot, you use this. No, not that. That. Oh. Alright. Just one's not a threat.
Hey.
Okay, so that's how I leave to the south. But didn't I want to go east? Oh, what are you? You are... Wakes? I don't even know what that is. Oh, there's a lot of them, though. I'll try and intercept him and get between... Okay, yep. Yeah, intercept him, intercept him. You and you fall back. As you can. Okay. That should be good enough. Let's have you take a shot. I want you to try and circle around on them. Yeah, like that. That helped. That cleared a lot of them out. I think I burnt my own guy a little, but he's fine.
What is it?
Those died fast.
Of course.
A dead adventurer with some clothing, some boots of constitution, and a copper band. Oh, so I can actually enchant clothing to have some defenses as well. That way it would still give me defense without having to reduce my action speed. That might be good on my monk long term once I'm able to enchant stuff. I'll have to keep that in mind. You focus him. You go there. And you try and AoE down a bunch of them. No, don't get too close. Okay, that's better. Back up. Take a shot at him. And let's try and focus these two down so that he can help with the rest of the fight. Oh, he's almost down. Heal up quick if you can, please. Oh, that was close. Let's kick this one away, because that'll get him away from the fight. And you move in and help against... Oh, that other one's dead. That's just that one. Can you do a knockdown on him so he doesn't finish off my dwarf? Please? Heyo. Alright, nobody went down. That's all that really matters. I should probably camp soon, because, like, he's down to less than half of his overall health, and he's getting down below half as well. Which means that with enough encounters, they could actually die. Ooh. Money.
Hey.
Alright, let's see which way this takes me.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Oh, that would take me down to the actual... That would take me down the bridge, but I want to go east. So it should be down this road. Yeah. Okay, that's where I wanted to go. 18 hours. Whew. Long-ass walk.
Hey.
Hello. Just off the side of the path into Kainua stands an imposing figure, a tall, thick-set Amamua, clad in worn armor and peering up at the outer walls of the keep. In his hand is a small piece of charcoal, and it works feverishly at taking notes upon a small scrap of paper. More than once he has to reach up to prevent his colorful cap from falling off his head as he gazes upward. The man looks over at you, blinking in surprise. His face splits in a wide and very toothy grin, and he waves the parchment in greeting. Killing time, if I'm honest. I've already walked the perimeter twice. Their names scratched upon some of the bricks, just there. Workers and masons, I expect. Carving a little immortality for themselves. He looks up at the wall again, expression fond. It's a fine keep, Kainua. 2 centuries to its name, and abandoned for nearly as long.
But the truly interesting part is in there. And I haven't had much luck in reaching the keep itself. I hoped to find the master of this place, a man by the name of Meerwald. But it seems that he either holds his privacy most dear, or else has been devoured by his house guests.
Truly? Then perhaps we can help one another. The grounds are infested with all manner of beasts. I've never seen the like. I did not want to risk it alone, but two sons of Rawatoi together. I'm sure we can manage it, and then we can both ask our questions of
I
Merwald.
seek a great treasure, you see. Not gold or silver, but the Tanvi Oratoa, the sacred book of our people, my friend. And it is there, somewhere in there at least, beneath the keep.
Precisely, that is the very question, he laughs. It is a long and twisting tale, my friend, as all good chants should be. I can tell you more if you wish it, in time. Well, let's go meet him then.
Lead on, my friend, and I will be at your heels. Ah, wait. Speaking of that, I ought to warn you first. Ondra's teeth, I nearly forgot. I have, at times, been followed. It began in Adir, and in Exomatal they attacked outright. I believe they do not wish for me to find what I am looking for. I say believe, but I have been told as much by one of my would-be assassins. I pay them little mind. Humorless sorts in long robes. But it's why I bought the sword, you see. And it's only fair that you should know.
What are a few assassins between friends?
I'm glad you're not discouraged. Come then. Who knows what we will find inside?
Hey, I got another guy. Let's... Alright, what are you, first of all? You are a chanter. Good might, good int. Otherwise, and high lore. No athletics, though. Okay. And what's your equipment? You have a two-handed sword and a brigandine. Oh, he has like higher damage reduction than anyone else in my party, I think, right? What is he wearing? His is only 7. If anything, I should take his brigandine and swap it to my fighter, who's, you know, my actual frontliner. You can wear this, dude. Here you go. What's your hat? Of intellect. I feel kind of bad just taking stuff off the new guy, but he's got better stuff for characters that I actually know how to use. Alright. Oh! Fodder can level up. Let's do it. Let's boost his mechanics, stealth. Let's give him some athletics so he can actually heal in combat. That's kind of what he's been missing so far. And 1 level in survival so he can get the damage reduction bonus too when we camp. Backstab? Dramatically increases damage done from stealth or invisibility. The rogues may use melee or ranged weapons but must be within 2 meters of the target. Ooh. So yeah, hitting with that crossbow with backstab would be huge. Because that thing already like one-shots weaker enemies. Otherwise... +5 accuracy. Okay, so these all just grant accuracy. Except for these. Grants a damage bonus while wielding a two-handed melee weapon. Okay, so these are all just whatchamadoodles, like elemental resistances. Quick switch, reduce recover time when switching weapons or spells in grimoires. Allows the healing of a modest amount of health on the user once per rest. Oh, that's nice. You wouldn't have to rest as often with that. Yeah, let's get backstab and let's make his crossbow hit harder if I can hit it from stealth.
Hey.
Oh, I never camped, and I probably should, because my guys are actually looking a little rough. This is my last camping supplies, though, until I find more. But I need that because some of my guys were in danger of dying during the next couple combats. All right, let's sneak our way in and see what we're up against.
This place has been abandoned for years.
Oh. Oh. Okay, so it's shadows. I was hoping it was like actual physical enemies.
Well? Of course.
What are you? Oh. Nope. Okay, he got caught before I could try that out. Well, run back to the group. Go, go, go. No, go, 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 go. Everyone else help. You. Get in there and save him. You cast web and try and cut them off.
Hi?
Oh, okay, they're immune to being webbed. Got it. That's not ideal. What is your deal anyway? You... I don't understand how Chanter spells work. Summons 3 skeletons to fight for the party. So I guess he chants over time and then I can use these abilities. Creates a thunderous explosion that stuns and shoves enemies. Alright. Oh. Does he have a fucking gun? Is that what his weapon is? An arquebus? Holy shit, I didn't know this game had guns, but he's got one. Alright, where is he? Which one is he anyway? He is back there. These guys are both back there where they belong. That's good. I'm going to try and maneuver him around to use his fire on, because I think these things are pretty weak to fire. Any chance you can fall back?
Yes.
Oh, no, I think you're stuck. Oh, now he's down, but that's okay. Let's try this. Let's get a little closer. Now let's see about torching some of these guys. Oh, that didn't do anything. They're immune to it, apparently. This really isn't going well.
Watch it with that.
Yeah, they're just immune to everything I do. What the fuck?
You gotta take better care of Ella.
Oh my god. I really feel like I am just playing this game wrong because I keep getting my ass kicked everywhere I go. Like, the game doesn't tell me what level enemies are or where I should be or anything, and it's just... I'm getting my shit pushed in everywhere. This is actually kind of frustrating. No, I'm actually only on hard, so... It's more a matter of just not knowing if I should be here or not than anything. Also, thanks for stopping in, Mirjarten?
Hey.
So yeah, I don't know. Because, yeah, I'm definitely not cut out for fighting those guys. They're immune to most of what I can do.
Hey.
Alright, now that I know what his deal is, let's go through this conversation again.
I seek a great treasure, you see. Not gold or silver. Excellent. I say believe.
Hey.
And now let's not go that way. Alright, one thing I remember is that Gilded Vale, the guy told me to come talk to him after I rested, and I never did that, so he might have something else for me to do. The captain of the guard or whatever.
Hey.
First, let's go back to the inn. So I can rest without wasting one of my camping supplies.
Of course.
Good day, stranger.
Yeah, let's just rest up and get our injuries healed and whatnot. Nice.
Hail, traveler.
What else do you sell? Oh, not what I meant to
Hail
do.
and well met.
Okay, so she has camping supplies for relatively cheap. I should probably stock up on a second set of them. Alright. So now I have full set of camping supplies for when I go back out. I assume I can still only just, yeah, do that whole thing. Which doesn't seem to help me in any meaningful way. And I've already done, yeah. I can just do that over and over again. I don't understand what the purpose of that is, other than just getting a little background on characters I can't even do anything with.
Keeping quiet.
Oh.
Hey.
I really don't understand what the point is of interacting with people's souls like that. Okay. Oh! Backers' backstories. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. Alright, let's see, where's... Yeah, no, you had such a short day compared to normal. Where's the dude that I needed to talk to? Honestly, don't even remember what his name was. You know what? Let's check my journal, see if it said. Yeah, I'm beginning to see that. Some fights feel painfully easy and others are incredibly hard, and I assume it's because of enemies' different types of damage reduction and me not being able to bypass them with what I have on hand. Okay, so this is my current quest. Maybe with another level and another character, I can actually go down here and make some progress. Oh yeah, because there's like 4 different types of defenses, and then accuracy gets compared to all of them, I guess. Depending on which type of... Well, the accuracy gets compared based on what type of attack it is. And whether your accuracy is higher or lower determines whether you have a chance to crit or graze.
All right, then.
Let's see what lies this way.
All right, let's have you go there. You go there. You and you try and focus him down.
How may I help?
Oh. Well, that worked. Let's have you go there. You go there. You and you start working on him. Oh my god. He just got wrecked in one shot. Heal up. Because that guy just jumped into the middle of my group. Let's switch you over to your sword. And try and engage. Switch you over to sword and shield. And you can just try and get the fuck out of there.
I shall.
Okay. Heal up. Let's keep going. Much higher than the accuracy of the character attacking it. Try to raise the attacker's accuracy or use a spell or ability that targets a different defense. So is that... It's like when I do this, is that... Okay, that 45% is like my accuracy compared to his defense. And I guess I don't know that until I try and use it once to... Because, like, I can't see that guy's stat. Oh, 32%. Why does it go... Oh, that's if I was just going to attack with his regular attack. I understand. So, yeah, that's why theirs are so low. That makes sense.
Following your lead.
You are getting your ass kicked still over here. Hold on. Switch back to your arquebus. Switch back to your crossbow. Let's try and take this guy down.
Yes.
Starting to do number on him. He's almost down. Heal up if you can. You might not have time before you get hit. Oh, he did. He got it off just in time to not die. No, 0%. Okay, so he can't hit this guy, basically, because he's just using unarmed attacks. Neither of these guys can. These guys can at least do some damage. Okay. But if they can lock them down, then I might have a chance.
Hey.
Damn it.
Oh, my spellcaster went down. That was my best chance. Wait, are you able to do your thing yet? Yes, you can. Let's do that. Okay, so there's two separate hit point pools. If you look here, you can see up in the upper left corner, endurance and health. If their endurance hits 0, they just get knocked out, which is what has happened to those two guys. That's just for the combat, and at the end of combat, their endurance will be refilled to full. If their health ever hits 0, that's when they get maimed and then killed. And that doesn't refill at the end of combat. That I have to do a full rest to restore. So any damage is done to both endurance and health, but endurance is just their health for that individual combat before they get KO'd. Alright, he's summoning skeletons. He's still just blasting away, I guess. And he's holding his own, but there's not much he can do.
Following your lead.
Alright, let's get you back to attacking. If I can take that shade down, I might have a chance.
Nobody kills my people but me.
Well, at least the skeletons are distracting him. That's all I really wanted. Can you please just take this shade down? That's all I'm asking. Okay, they got one of them. Can we focus this other one?
Hey.
I'm assuming I can't do... Oh, no. I don't want you to run up on these guys. Get away, get away. Okay, there we go. These guys sure are trying, I'll give them that, but they just can't do any real damage. I wonder if his other ability might actually hurt them some. This one. Oh, let's get him close and try that. That is 39%. That's better than what we got going on. Let's try that. Oh, that didn't do much. Would you please heal? Thank you. Now let's continue. At least this guy can basically hold them forever. Not forever, but he'll be able to hold them for a long time while they just slowly whittle away at his HP. If my mage had survived, I would actually be in pretty good shape. Stay on him. You can't actually hurt him, but stay on him anyway. What's your other weapon? A bow? That's not going to help.
Well,
would you guys please continue attacking? Oh, we got him! Must have critted there. Alright, so we survived that. That was rough, though.
Hello? Hello?
What is it? It's finished. There's something ahead.
Ooh, of will. Alright, let's, Wait, what? The fuck did you come from, asshole? Let's have you back up.
Yes?
Everyone else engage. Oh! Thing came in and just got shot in the face. Holy shit. I was expecting that to actually be rough, and nope. Nope. Just ate a shot to the face. Let's take that cape off and put the, Actually, no. Let's put that on you. That on you. These are just regular capes, right? Yep. Regular capes. You're not wearing anything.
Hey.
Nice and slow.
I'm gonna save again now that I beat that encounter, but that was kind of ugly. I wonder, is there anything I can do to help with its accuracy? Oh, I can. I can make it more accurate. +4 accuracy? Yeah, let's do that. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do to enchant his fists, so that's just how he's gonna be.
A blade in the dark.
Oh, okay. Let's back up, back up, back up. Oh, nope, nope. All you back. Oh, you dumbasses. Okay. And by that I mean me. I'm controlling them. I am the dumbass. But, you know.
What is it?
What are you doing? You need to get up there as well. I'm glad that gun just sometimes immediately ends one of them. Oh, one of them got up on my spellcaster again. Try and get him off, please. Switch to sword. You heal up first thing and then try and move away. Oh, nope, he didn't make it. God damn it.
I don't suppose we can rest it.
That's unfortunate. The fact these guys can just teleport up on my dudes is what's kind of killing me here. It seems loosely D&D based. Stats are similar, but I don't think it's actually based on either system directly. Alright, let's have you try and hold him off while you line up another shot with your gun. Oh, or just get your ass kicked, that's fine. How are you guys holding up? Let's do that. Oh, wait, heal up first instead. Alright, keep him in the fight. Oh, God. Thank God he was able to just shoot that guy again. Let's do the same with... Actually, he's almost dead. Let's do that. Alright, at least that attack is doing something to him. Oh, where'd he go? Did he just teleport away? Is he gonna... Oh, he teleported behind him. Nothing personnel, kid. Oh, that actually does work. Let's do that and switch you back to that. Let's go.
Following your lead.
Hey, there we go.
Hey.
Thank God for that gun, or else I'd be fucked.
Hey. Nice and quiet. Hey.
Okay. I feel like that was the thing I probably needed to do. Alright, before anyone dies, we are going to camp.
Hey.
Probably not great that I had to camp after, like, 2 encounters, but, you know.
Keeping an eye out.
Yeah, Aloth's having a rough time. So yeah, that would use all my lockpicks to get through there. Let's see if there's another way around. Oh. Hello. That's more shadows.
Yes?
Oh. That's probably better than what I have right now. Increasing their will and leaving them dead. What is dazed? I haven't even looked at this one. Dazed is... A dazed victim's accuracy is reduced by 10. And stats are reduced by 2. Okay, so I could swap out one of these with Wizard's Double to make him hopefully not die as often. This does freeze damage and reduces their accuracy. But obviously that's like melee range. Let's... Yeah, let's do that. Let's get the Wizard's Double in there. Maybe you won't die as often if I pop that at the start of a tough fight.
Hey.
Okay, so yeah, let's... Oh. Wait, oh, okay, I just have to be in combat to use that. Got it, got it.
Yes?
Okay, now we're in combat. Let's have you immediately use Wizard's Double. You move up. You move up. And now that that's been cast, right? Okay, he did cast it. Let's, oh god, they're all up on us. Let's turn around and do... Can I get both of them? Yes, let's do that. That did a bunch. Oh, that didn't, though. Please don't die. Heal up. Can you turn around and maybe attack him, please? Oh god, he's chasing him. Turn around and hit him with that. Nope, that didn't work. Hit him with fire. Without hitting your own dude's prefer. Oh, yeah, perfect. Oh, never mind, he didn't make it. He's just gonna go down every combat. I need to accept that is his life. I thought I doomed Fodder when I named him Fodder, but Aloth is my real fodder. He's just getting wrecked. Is there even anything in here? Was there any reason to do that? Crumpled note. Gester, I know that the temple baths boast great healing properties and that your back ails you still. Still, I'd ask that if you are to indulge for the greater part of the day, you give over your key to the sanctum to someone else for safekeeping. This is not the first time we've been forced to wait to perform the day's rites, and Retrix Obrica is often too far below to hear our knocking. Yeah, clearly I should just stat him out as a tank since everyone's going after him anyway. Alright, what are these? Black oozes? Immune to blinded, dazed, frightened, prone, terrified. Okay, so they're immune to, like, all the stuff I can do. Got it. Let's have you fight the big one, you fight the small one. Okay, let's have you fight the small one, you fight the big one. And... let's do that. Was that... oh, no, they're... oh. Is that saying that that heals them, or is that... I actually can't tell what that means. The green, does that just mean it's good? Or is that saying they have a 67% chance to dodge it? I think that's what that's saying. Okay, yeah, defended by reflex and will, and that's saying 67% against their reflex, I guess. But then they're immune to the damage because it does corrode damage and their oozes. I think I understand what's happening there. It's just a bad damage type to try and hit him with.
Well,
let's have you slip around behind and use some... oh, I don't want to hit my own guys. Actually, you guys are almost dead anyway. Just heal you up.
Hey.
Yeah, no point in using one of my per day abilities when I'm going to win this fight anyway.
Hey.
Hello?
Oh, there's the key. Oh, I can use the key now, so I don't have to waste all my lockpicks. That's good.
Hello? Hello?
Let's just have everyone going on this guy, I guess.
Following
it's just the one.
your lead.
Varathus! Varathus!
Alright, there we go. Finally, a combat Aloth lived through.
Hey.
A blade in the dark.
Ooh, okay, so we got an ooze and a phantom. The last time I fought a phantom, kind of just shot it in the face and it died instantly, so it didn't seem like that much of a threat, but that may have just been a lucky crit as well. Anyway, let's head over this way. Oh, and there's a... Okay, there's one of those two. So, you, go punch the ooze. Right? Yeah, you go punch the ooze. You get up in there and try and intercept the phantoms, even though I know they'll probably just teleport past. Yeah. Right? Fall back. Fall back, fall back. Let's shoot that ooze down quick if we can. Okay, it's immune to that. Oh my god, he's almost dead. Get your ass up, dude. Oh, nope, he's down. That's not good. That's not a good start. Who are we focusing on? Phantom. Oh, nope. Don't move. Shoot. Oh my god, he's almost down. 2, heal up if you can. He got the heal off at least, but he's still almost down. Where's that phantom? Back up. Back up, back up, quick. Oh, he's still up. Okay, turn around and shoot.
That's it.
How have we not killed the phantom? Okay, we killed the phantom at least. We've almost got the shadow as well. Oh, but he teleported on us. Onto Alos specifically, because it's always onto Alos specifically. Take him out. Quickly, please. Fight the ooze. You're doing alright. Alright, you're actually holding up now. I think we beat the Shade. Yeah, Shade's dead. That's good. Get back down here and shoot the ooze. Guys? Okay, that one's almost dead. Okay, now the other one. Okay, he needs to run away because he will actually die at this rate.
Alright then.
Hopefully everyone else can just take this thing out from range. You're still alive, so you actually have stuff you can do. I don't think these things are immune to fire, right? Oh, no, you gotta keep running, I guess. You can't take any more damage or you will literally die. Let's hit you with fire and see if that does something. Okay, that did a lot. Good. That's what I was hoping for. Do I have another of those, or was that... That was it. What kind of damage is this? Raw damage. Will that work? Yes! Alright, we lived.
Hey.
Just, you know, in rough shape.
Hey.
Alright, well, unfortunately, because he has 34 total HP left, I have to camp now, or else I'll lose him. I'll give him I forgot I could get an accuracy bonus against spirits with his survival, so let's do that. You wake to the sensation of being shaken, and you open your eyes to see Ader standing over you, his hand jostling your shoulder. He looks concerned. Your eyes are heavy and your vision blurred, the vague unease of unremembered nightmares clouding your thoughts. You're not sure you slept at all the previous night.
Hey! You're awake? Good. You were kind of thrashing around, eyes rolled back in your head. You were shaking. Trying to snap you out of it for a long time now. I was gonna have to get a bucket of cold water. You don't seem like you get much rest at night. You got those dark circles under your eyes. Well, it's the Watcher thing, then. I'm sure it just takes some time to adjust is all. I'll try to let it sort itself out. But you'd better wake up faster next time. Trust me, you don't want that bucket of cold water. Hey.
For a guy that came out of just like a random conversation that I didn't even realize was like recruiting someone, he's probably my favorite character so far.
Hello? Hello?
At least now my monk has, oh. I was gonna say my monk now has a bonus against spirits in case I fight more of those things, but, that's not what those are. Ooh. What? The light rises from the bones as you approach. You have a moment to register the faintest image of a standing figure. Features a blur of mist or smoke before the world tilts. It is as if you have stepped sideways and into a new life. You are racing down a flight of stairs, following a weaving circle of torchlight. Your own panting breaths are loud in your ears. Panic and your robes alike foul your steps, and you nearly stumble before a hand reaches out to grip your arm and steady you. A fellow acolyte who smiles encouragement as you reach the bottom. You run around and past the shallow reflection pool that marks the lowest point of the temple, following the dark shapes of the older priests as they lead the way towards the narrow hall that leads to the vault. You pass one of the torchbearers as you go. The harsh illumination of the flames reveals a familiar face. For a moment, your awareness spans time and identity, and you think Wirtin has joined you here at the bottom of the temple. In the moment, he glances at you for a moment, and then looks past at someone else. I'll come back once they're gone, he's saying. You're being pressed along by the crowd, and his words are growing faint. Just keep quiet. We can't take any chances. Inside the vault, golden relics gleam like welcoming stars. The memory twists, jarring you loose from one moment and plunging you into another like a flung doll. There's only darkness around you now. You think yourself blinded until the knowledge settles onto you like a cloak. The candles have all burnt away. You know now, too, with a sick certainty, that nobody is coming. There's a cracking noise somewhere to your left, a wet, slurping gurgle, and a ragged sob. You cannot see, and so you cannot know which brother or sister has fallen, and which digs after what water a body may provide. You hear in the faint murmuring to your right the familiar cadence of prayer, but you no longer recognize the words. You are too tired to do harm. The thirst is like fire within you. Your tongue is thick in your throat, and every breath is a struggle that leeches strength from you. There's a light, they said, at the end of every bout of darkness, but this one does not end. The spirit releases you, and you come back to yourself in pieces. Your vision clears, and the vault around you is revealed once more, cast in muted hues by the sickly illumination of the soul still drifting like fading fog. Fear wafts off the spirit in waves, fraying at your own emotions. I'm sorry, I hope you find some peace in the next life. The spirit seems to withdraw into itself. You sense less of its fear and confusion as it recedes, but the soul lingers still. No matter how many times I see you staring off at nothing, it doesn't get less weird. Let's gather the remains. You spend a few moments gathering up what you can find of the bones of the priest. It proves a heavy and gruesome burden, but you manage to recover them all.
Hey. I'll see what I can find.
Any of this stuff trapped? Doesn't seem like it.
There's a pick that's finished.
Whoa, hold up. 12 to 17 crush damage. Convert graze to hit. 30% of graze is converted to hits. 20% of damage restored as endurance. Plus 4. Holy shit, this thing's awesome. Here you go, buddy. Yeah, you use that. That thing's awesome. I guess this will be your backup weapon. It means I can't choose it due to my not having the right stats or other conditions. What was the other thing I picked up from there? A pry bar? Oh, alright.
Keeping an eye out.
And a bloodstone. Okay. Also, how long until my guy... Like, nobody's leveled up for a while. How are we doing? Oh, still have a ways to go. Levels come slowly in this game, apparently. I assume that means there's just a ton of content to work through. Alright, I'm gonna quick save, and I'm gonna try and fight these dudes now. What do we got? We've got... Oh. One of those Skulder Kings before was enough that I had a lot of trouble. But I do have another character now, and I've leveled up a bit. Oh, never mind. Oh, okay. This is happening. You get out front. You pick a whelp to fight. You. Let's try and focus down one of the kings first, because these guys are really fucking deadly. You start by blinding all of them if you can. Let's wait until they get settled in, and then... Actually, let's do this. Let's go boop. Okay, we got a blind off on one of them, but now one of these are up on me, and I can't have that. Switch to your new sword, and you get ready to pull away when he engages it. Alright, back off. And heal. Oh my god. He's getting rocked over there. Shit. What are you doing? Punch the king away, quick. Please. Oh, it didn't work. I said punch the king away, please. Ah, there we go. Unload on the other Skulder. Try and knock down on him. How have you guys not killed this yet? And why are you almost dead? Why are you always almost dead? Okay, at least he healed. Alright, we got a kill off. Let's take down a whelp. Let's continue to focus this guy. Ah, the gun did it. Thank you. Alright, switch back to your arbalist. We might actually have this. I have all my daily uses of this shit, so let's knock these guys out real quick. Yep. That's one down. Now we got the king. Let's blind him first. Well, the other two focus on that. How are we doing? Oh! Hey, what do you know? Let's put that there so he stays busy when he gets back up. There we go. That'll keep him busy. While we try and focus down the king quick. Although you are in rough shape. Heal up, please.
That's not
All right, we got a king. We got one of the two kings. We're doing all right. We got this, I think. Let's just spam magic missiles at him to finish him.
So much for...
And how are you doing? Are you able to... No, you can't bring my guys up again. You're in rough shape. Can you knock him down? Or for that matter, can you? One of you guys knock him down, please. Yes, we got the knockdown. All right. Let's fucking go. Yes! I keep forgetting that. I need to look up what that key is. Controls. Okay, it's tab, highlight interactable. Thank you for the heads up. I completely forgot about that. I think I knew that at one time from a tooltip and almost immediately forgot. There we go. Of resolve of perception. Look at you.
Hey.
Whew.
Let's see what...
Is there an option for custom character portraits because you have some suggestions? I'm not sure I want to hear them. I'm sure I can mod this to have custom character portraits. You step open... Or as you step over the circle of candles, you hear a rattling clunk from the wall nearby. A door slides open with a grinding rasp of stone. Oh. Okay, cool. The candles flicker gently as you approach. There's a gap above the altar lined with broken glass where a mirror may have once been set into the wall.
Candles are still burning. Not bad for a dead god. Redemption. And they got this whole rite for when you come of age. They take you by the hand and you descend through the temple with your eyes covered, and that's supposed to be like a wicked life. They don't tell you where you're going. I was sweating like crazy when I did mine. They take you to that reflecting pool back there, and you're allowed to look at it so you can face your sins. Then, you come out into this room, and they uncover your eyes again, and everyone's there to greet you, all your friends and family. It's like you've been redeemed. You light your candle, and it burns with the others. Never had a feeling better than that my whole life. The candles are still burning. Not bad for a dead god.
I don't have any reason to snuff a candle, so I'm not going to do that.
It was nice to see those candles still burning. I figured they'd have gone out by now. Hey.
Okay, so it's just a bit of backstory on various monsters. Oh, and somebody's storing money in there. Nice. Did I already loot that? Yes, I did. Ooh, potion of spirit shield. +3 damage reduction, +30 concentration, which concentration is how you avoid getting interrupted, right? Let's give that to him. He might actually be able to use that.
Of course.
Does blue mean there's something still in it that I haven't grabbed, I assume? Yeah. Oh, it's just a letter. Okay. Anyway, we cleared this place and finished the quest. I actually am feeling pretty good about that. I did have to go and get like a whole ass new party member to do it. Oh, here's this guy.
Hello.
Wait. Merton scrabbles fruitlessly at your arms, his eyes wide with shock. Well, wait, I don't know what you... He inhales sharply, expression twisting. Maybe I knew where you'd find the bodies. Is that it? I'm sorry. The color drains from Werten's face. He looks down at the bones, mouth moving soundlessly as he scrambles for words. How did you... He shakes his head. No, Raedric's men, they did all that. It wasn't me. That place is full of shadows, spirits of those you killed. That's not... He eyes you fearfully. I didn't kill them. Right up until the end, You don't understand. I tried to help them. I did. Every day, every single day, I went to that temple and I warned them. I told them that they were playing with fire and Raedric wouldn't be patient forever. And every time they'd shrug it off, like I didn't know what I was talking about. Like it wasn't costing me coming in to try and help them. I could have been arrested right alongside them. So, what happened? Raedric sent word he was going to have them arrested, drag them out, lock them up. They wouldn't listen. The Retrics said they'd be reborn if anything should happen, and she wasn't afraid. I convinced them to hide at least. They have that vault full of old relics, gold and such. I thought they could hide in there, and once the guards left, they'd have something to sell for passage out of Deerwood, back to Eider. When I told the men that the priests had already gone, they ordered the temple sealed. I couldn't get in again. Wertan shakes his head. There was nothing I could do. Eider's eyes are wide, disbelieving. Nothing you could do but tell someone, get the town together, organize a rescue. I'd have dug them out with my own hands if I'd known. They were some of the last decent folk left in this hole. Now all we got left is people like you. So why did you send me down there? Because if Lord Raedric means to have the temple cleared, they would have found the bones eventually. They'd know I lied to them when I said the priests left, and I'd hang. Wertan's shoulders sag. I don't know if Raedric would have killed them. Maybe they'd be languishing in cells now. Maybe they'd be off somewhere in the Empire, and I'd have a night's peace. I told you the way of it, Wertan says, his voice rough. I told you what happened. Guess it's your turn now to make a decision. Ooh. Is it not too late to make amends? Like, what do you do about that? Let's see what that option gets me. Wertan lets out the breath he was holding. I'm not sure that's true. It's been years now. What am I supposed to do? Bury their bones, try to lead a better life than you have so far? I can do that. I can. I'll lay them to rest, try and do right by them somehow. Thank you, truly, for what you've done. Giving me a second chance. I'll put it to good use. You've earned a reputation. Reputations can be held with communities or factions in the Eastern Reach and will affect how members of that group respond to you. In some cases, friends or enemies of those groups will also react to your affiliations. Helping a group will increase your positive reputation with that group. Harming a group will increase your negative reputation. It is possible to have a mix of positive and negative reputation with a group if you help and harm them in equal measure. So, I have benevolent and diplomatic reputations. I never did check out, like, the rest of this town. I kind of just showed up, stayed at the inn, and left. This Amua man is of an impressive build, towering above the countertop. His skin is a dusky blue of the deeper oceans, and his thick arms boast corded muscle. Small ears frame a square-jawed face coated in smeared soot and arcing black tattoos alike. He offers you a broad smile as you approach. Welcome! You're the first new face I've seen in quite some time. What can I do for you? What do you have here? You come to us at a strange time, I'm afraid. The stock's not what it used to be. If we find weapons and armor to offer yet, all forged right here at the Black Hammer. Alright, what do you got, buddy? First off, let's see. Do I have anything I want to sell? Like this random ass robe? Or these books? I guess that's really, and a couple capes. I guess that's all I have. What are you? A unique arbalist. Crits can inflict prone? This can hit so hard it knocks him down. And it has a bonus to attack speed as well. Nice. This is such a good one, but it's also very expensive. I don't have like a fifth of what I need to buy this. Only usable by Paladin, okay. Ooh. So, these unique items seem pretty good, but I can't afford them. Oh yeah, I ran through all my camping supplies, didn't I? I should buy 2 more while I'm here. I guess that's all I'll do while I'm here. I don't want to sell anything else, really. I keep forgetting I have these traps that I can put down. At least I assume I can put them down. Is this just another backer? Yes. I guess that's what the green names are.
Hey.
Alright, so if I have money, there's a lot of stuff there that I like. No, I do not. I have a pry bar. That's like the only tool I have on me. Is that just a villager? Yeah. Like I'm just walking into somebody's house in standard RPG fashion. This man and woman appear to have been deep in conversation, working at closing 2 bulging satchels. They move to embrace until the woman notices you approach and pauses, her smile faltering a little.
How do you do?
Why am I'm walking into their house and interrogating them. This is such a, like, purely RPG thing. We're packing for a trip, actually. I've been meaning to visit Defiance Bay, and, well, in truth, I think I've had my fill of this town. Yeah, apparently the rope and grappling hook I could have bought, it said the rope's usage is limited to the adventurer's imagination, so I should probably pick one of those up at some point. What are you? Windmill? There's really not much here. I thought there was like more to this town than that I hadn't seen, but there's basically the inn and a couple of houses. Sheesh, May. Oh. Alright, a dear wooden woman is standing in front of the fireplace, humming a quiet tune to herself. Or perhaps to her unborn child, for she is clearly quite pregnant. She turns her head slightly as you enter. I just arrived in Gilded Vale. I thought I'd get to know the locals by walking right into their houses. Oh, were you with one of the caravans? She looks at you hopefully. Master Odema's by chance? You knew Odema? Well, no more than most here, I'd say. He doesn't usually come this way, but they say he's reliable, old fellow. Wait, why do you say new? Afra covers her mouth with a hand, eyes wide with horror. For a few moments, she can manage nothing but a strangled, voiceless gasping, her eyes brimming with tears. I knew. I told her it was a dangerous path to take. Caliska was always so certain she could take on any danger. Afra sniffs. Oh, my poor sister. I'm sorry, stranger. I can't believe she's gone. If only I hadn't called her here, if I hadn't written to her, she might still be alive somewhere. Yeah, this was the girl that I had when I started. That's kind of you to offer, but I don't know if I could impose this on you. It's not a small favor. I'm worried about the baby, about the legacy. I told Caliska as much as I could, but all I know is that for a long time now, every child born in Gilded Vale has been soulless, empty. It's happened to so many mothers. And Lord Raedric, he's exiled all of them, calling it a sign of the gods' disfavor. With my Hawthorne gone, I don't know how I'd manage if I lost my home, too. I hoped Caliska could help me. They say Ranga, the old midwife, knows a way to prevent a child being hollowborn, but she moved south to Onslaugh's Compass 2 seasons ago. The journey's too far for me. I can't make it as I am. But I don't have anyone else now with Caliska gone. More tears run down her face. Please, can you help me? Yeah, I'm just agreeing to do everything here. Why not? Yeah, unfortunately you can't loot stuff while also T-posing, so there's a limit to how much dominance you can impose.
All right then.
What was the other quest I picked up here? I finished that one at least. Oh, this was the other one. Keeper suggests he might have come to harm on the road through the Vale Wood and is seeking aid in seeing the chef safely return. Yeah, I'll go see if I can do that. Maybe I can fight that bear now those 2 bears that just murdered my sole character at the time. I'll have my revenge on them. Instead of 2-on-1, it's 5-on-2 now. Can't take the camping supplies, but I'll remember they're there in case I use some. Actually, I'm an idiot. I should have probably stayed at the inn while I was there. Alright, you fucking bears, I've come for my revenge. Let's go.
Nice and quiet.
Alright, let's have you and you shoot that bear. You intercept that one. You intercept that one. And you hit him with... Actually, no. You hang back for a second until we get into melee range. Okay, that did a number on him. Let's, yeah, he's down to 2 pips of health. That's good. Let's use our other one of these.
Following your lead.
That's one bear down. That's right. Get wrecked, bears. Fuck you. Hello? Figure drifts suspended in the musty air of the cavern. Its form and features blur and twist in cascading ripples of incandescence. You feel its energy eddying about your limbs, filling them with a heavy chill. You reach out a hand for the spirit. In the moment of contact, you feel as if you've been struck a blow, head reeling as you tumble helplessly into a waiting darkness. Light blooms at the edges of your vision. You feel the sun at your back and the weight of a bow in your hand. You know suddenly that you haven't come a long way from the Vale hunting deer. Or that you have come a long way from the Vale hunting deer. Now you're standing before a cavern, and the darkness extends far into its depths. Even so, your friend strides out before you, his red cloak flapping at his heels. You follow, heart hammering in your chest as he leads you deeper into the cavern. There's a roar like thunder echoing around you. Fear seizes you, casts you stumbling back towards the exit, towards light and escape. You see a glint of steel, and there's a sudden, terrible flash of agony behind your knee. You scream, stumble, and fall. Your thoughts are chaos, lanced through with pain, but in a moment of terrible clarity, you see your friend look back from the mouth of the cavern, his dagger daubed in crimson to match his cloak. And then there's a great dark shape above you, and then there is more pain. The vision recedes, and you are thrown back into yourself with seemingly resentful force. The corpse lies at your feet, and the specter lingers. In the span of energy between you both, you feel a sense of questioning, of confusion, of anger. I met him on the road, your friend. A sudden lashing anger emanates from the spirit. Rage and grief seem to pour from the gleaming figure like smoke. For a moment, the spirit seems to burn bright, and your head fills with a sickly triumph. The spirit seems to weaken with the force of its own exaltation, growing fainter and fainter until you're alone once more.
Are you feeling unwell? You were behaving a little oddly.
Well, I've always assumed you're just as mad as the rest of us. Kana grins crookedly. I don't mean to pry, I was just worried. Your eyes rolled up in your head. It was very dramatic. It's not so bad being able to talk to spirits. Well, there's a gilded cover for a dark book. Kana scratches his temple. I suppose that's one way to learn from the past. Just ask the spirit outright. Yeah, those two bears, last time I came here, it was early in the game, and I only had the one character, and they just wrecked him in 2 hits, so that was actually pretty satisfying, Jiro. Also, welcome back. You're not home from work yet, are you? I don't know what time it is, come to think of it. No, you should still be at work, I think. Oh, I gotta switch something around here quick. All right. That's shit to sell, at least. I'm supposed to find the chef somewhere in here. I hope that wasn't his corpse up here. No, it doesn't seem like it. Oh, but he does have camping supplies. Fuck it. I'm probably not coming back this way. Let's go ahead and just use the camping supplies I have and grab these. That being said, where is the chef that I'm supposed to find here? Could he be up this way? I keep forgetting there's a fast mode for when I'm just walking around. so let's see. Late for dinner. Nanton lives in... Oh. Oh. Okay, so that was the guy in the house with the lady and they were planning to leave town. That's who Nanton was. I thought I recognized that name. You might have come to harm on the road through the Valewood. Well, I've not seen the guy. I guess I might have missed him. Oh, hold on. Grass is still flattened behind the wagon's wheels. Oh! This must be his wagon, right? So he should be... Barrels of cabbages, potatoes, and squash have been overturned and abandoned. It makes sense that that's him. But then where is his corpse? No, I cannot loot the squash. Or the potatoes, for that matter. Oh. What's up, wolf? Oh, there's several wolves. Okay. Let's have you focus on that one. Ooh, what's that? Oh, these aged walls appear to have once encircled this entire glade. Only a small fragment remains, and the stairs leading to the top of the structure have crumbled away. Let's examine the wall more closely. Heavy bricks are slick with moss, presenting a hindrance to climbing, but the stones themselves seem sturdy enough. Given the right tools, one might easily reach the top. The crumbling wall is of a considerable height even now, and its uneven surface promises a difficult climb. I'll do it. You find a handhold upon one of the large stones and start to pull yourself up, but the uneven bricks and odd angle of ascent make the climb difficult, and after a short distance, your arms begin to burn too fiercely. You're forced to drop back to the ground. Kana, you do it. Nope. Fodder, you got this? Nope. Okay. No one was able to climb that. Maybe if I get the rope and grappling hook, I can make it.
They won't see me coming.
Is that his corpse up there? Is that what I'm trying to get to, maybe? So there doesn't seem to be anything else around here. That is certainly a corpse up there, and it might be the chef's. Although I haven't looked over here yet, so... Oh! Hello! Oh! There's our chef! Never mind, I found him. The young dwarf tending to the stew looks up startled as he sees you approach. He drops his ladle, spattering stew across the ground. I didn't try eater. I probably should have. I figured everyone else had better stats than him for that. I'll try it again after this. What? The bandit turns. Get him, you dogs, and make sure our new cook don't run off. Help! Please, help me! Oh! One of the bandits gives Tenfrith a kick as they pass him, and he huddles. Oh, well, you guys done fucked up. Let's go get you. Go get you. Actually, let's just position you guys out front so they don't run past. And have the three of you back up. There we go. Take a shot. Take a shot. And do that. That's one down. Two down. Easy peasy.
Hail, traveler.
By the flame, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I thought I'd be stuck cooking for those ignorant weasels for the rest of my life. Or until they were bored with me, I suppose. Did Posca send you? She must be beside herself. I must get back at once. But listen, next time you're in Gilded Vale, make sure to drop by the Black Hound. I'll let her know what you've done for me, and I'm sure she'll do right by you in turn. Oh, to be back at my oven again. Oh, I did it. I was so sure I was going to find him dead. Clearly. Especially since I'm finding, like, all this food.
Hey.
Alright, anyway, let's see if Eater can climb that wall. Oh! Okay, it was just an athletics check. I thought I had enough athletics, but apparently only he did. What we got? Gloves of dexterity, leather armor. Can't use any more camping supplies. A letter. I do not think you'll ever see this, but you were right, Fulvano. We should have journeyed south together and been safer for it. I would tolerate all the gloating in the world if I might live to bear it. I put myself out of reach of the beast circling below, but I am done for all the same. I do not think I will rise again. Whoever finds this, pray for me. Perhaps in the next life I shall be a trapper of wolves.
Hey.
Yeah, thanks for the heads up, Mirk, on Eater having enough athletics for that. I didn't even think to check him because I figured I had more than he did. Let's head back to the Vale and stop in at the inn to see if I get anything for bringing him back. Quick sip of soda. Alright, I also said I would avenge that spirit on these guys. Or, well, the man of the house specifically. Let's go have a little chat with him first. Hey, Nanton, what's up? Hello again. Ingrid smiles. I hope Gildan Vale has been kind to you. Are you accusing him of something? Ingrid looks to Naughton, touching his arm. If this is about the accident, we're both grieving Pearlie's loss, but it was a wild animal's doing. Naughton shakes his head minutely. You see a tremble in his hands. What would make you suggest such a thing? That's not possible, Naughton stares at you. How could you possibly know? His hand falls to his sword belt. I left no sign. Naughton, wait. Ingrid waves his hand. I don't know what you saw in that cave, but this isn't what you think. Pearlie, my husband, he was as much a beast as that bear. I tried to leave the first time I suffered his temper, but he wouldn't have it. She looks away, expression pain. Naughton, we met, and I knew I'd found someone special, someone kind, who cared for me. Please, all we want is to leave this place, to start somewhere else. She looks down at the satchels. We've some coins saved up. You could have it if you'll only let us go. Yeah, I didn't know that Pearlie was such an asshole. Nah, you know what? I'm okay with how this turned out. Then thank you, truly. I'm glad you understand. Only here, take this at least. I hope it brings you luck. We have a long journey ahead of us. Sweet. Ring of Deflection. Let's go. Yeah, let's put it on you and try and bring up your deflection. It's a little on the weak side. And I do have you in melee all the freaking time.
Hey.
Oh, almost leveled up.
Hey.
Wait, this isn't where I want to be. I want to be at the end. I guess I should just grab this shit off these people and sell it, since it's just been sitting there this whole time. Who are you? Oh, just a random villager. Stretch.
Hail and well met.
Hello and welcome to the innkeeper looks up. Oh, it's you! Tenford told us what you did for him. It's such a relief to have him back. I can't thank you enough. Consider yourself a favorite of the house. Discounts on drinks, rooms. Tenford said he wanted to whip up something nice for you. He's already back to work in the kitchen. She laughs. So what would you like? I want to sell off all this shit that I have. Yeah, I got some experience. Alright, let's sell all of this basic bitch equipment here. Okay, that seems like everything I would want. Well, let's sell. Actually, let's sell all that. That's worth 300. Sell the bear hides. And I don't know what all the food is for. I assume I can cook that at some point, but I don't know how or where. Ah, it's you, my savior. He makes a sweeping gesture to indicate the kitchen around him. It's so good to be back. Do not think I will let this go unrewarded. I've decided that you have earned the right to learn one of my most closely guarded secrets, my dearest recipe. After this, you will eat nothing else. A savory pie to keep you hale and hearty. May it serve you well in your travels. Okay, so how do I actually cook stuff? Crafting. There it is. Food. Craft some stew. Alright, where's savory pie? I need grain and beer to make savory pie. Okay. Oh. That would have helped during the fights with the shades, being able to boost my accuracy temporarily, since I just couldn't hit them for shit. So potions just seem to be temporary spell effects, just like in D&D, and scrolls are the same deal, but you need lore to use them. But for now, let's just, let's cook some beetloaf. And some chicken. Now let's see about enchanting some stuff. I would love to further enchant this flail. I kind of love this thing. Oh god, enchanting gets expensive apparently. Or, yeah, enchanting gets expensive. And what you can enchant is based on your level. Like, I couldn't move it up to exceptional until I hit level 8 anyway. Okay, so I can actually put accurate and damage 2 on something. I just don't have the materials for it. All right. I'll keep an eye out for more materials for enchanting stuff. So I guess that was all I could do here. So find Merwald, bring Erder to speak to Merwald. So Merwald was terrifying. There were a bunch of phantoms there that I could barely fight. At least when I went to Raedric's Hold, those were just regular dudes that I could murder. So maybe I'll try there again.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Yeah, let's try going back to Raedric's Hold and clearing out there a bit.
Wouldn't mind having a word with our esteemed lord while we're here. Got some suggestions for him.
Looks like you die first. Alright, you go after him. You go after him. You and you shoot him down since he's the ranged guy, and let's try and daze him quick. Okay, don't get that close. You can do that without getting into freaking melee range, dude. Okay, there we go. Turn on him. Oh, okay.
Hey.
Anything good? Who got that stuff? Oh, I didn't actually grab it. Wait, am I blind? Oh, it's because I'm still in combat. I can't actually see the new stuff, I think, right? Or no. Where did all that stuff just go? Oh, yep, you're right, you're right. It went straight to my stash. Okay. No. Helms don't do anything unless they're enchanted, I assume. Would my dude with a crossbow be better off with a warbow? 15 to 24. Let's switch to him and let's compare. Oh no, Fine Arbalist is way better, even though it's a slow weapon. Alright. I don't think I got anything I need there. So wait, can I just cross the bridge now?
They won't see me coming.
Huh, guess I can just go in the front gates, but also there's a lot of dudes here.
Yes?
Oh, there's a lot of guys here. Shit. Let's try and tangle some of these guys up here. I only got one of them. That was unfortunate. Let's blind all these guys at least. You go in on him. Try and finish him off. Okay, you finished him off. Good. Right? Oh, no, we didn't. Oh, my God. Why did he go down so fast? Oh, this was a mistake. I guess going in the front gates is a terrible idea. As one might expect. I haven't even done any damage to any of these guys, have I? No. Wait, how in the fuck is he still alive? I thought he was down. No, keep running. Yes, please. I would appreciate any advice for anything at this point.
Right away.
Watch out! We can't afford another loss like that.
That was funny, but very dumb. That was not gonna work out. Let's see, 10, yeah, it was my most recent one. I think sneaking in is the better option, as it turns out, rather than... Yeah, no, I deserve that.
Of course.
Hey, Demon, what's up? What was I gonna say? Oh, it just feels so weird to give my monk armor. I'm so used to D&D, but you're right. I should be, if I'm going to have him on the front lines, I should be treating him like a tank. Let's see what I have for armor that I can... Oh, nothing, because I didn't kill those guys yet.
Hey.
I guess I'll still kill those guys and grab better armor off them.
But I doubt we'll be welcome inside.
Oh, where at? Was it back in town? I kind of thought I'd explored everything, but I will certainly go back for somebody. God, why are you getting your ass kicked over? Probably because he's in this mode, which reduces his deflection. No, it's 6 characters, actually, so I could have another. I'm actually short on my party. In the first area after the town. All right, well, let's head back that way then. But first, let's oh, not crafting. Let's check the chest. I got some new armors. What do we got? DR7. So yeah, let's get him more damage reduction, and I'll focus on deflection for him from here on out. So you're saying here in Esternwood? Or down in Magron's Fork? Alright, I'll have to keep an eye on the map then. Okay.
Of course.
Oh, a will-o-the-wisp. Okay. Was that it? I don't know what I was expecting there. So yeah, I think I just missed this whole area altogether. Hey, there's that rope and grappling hook you wanted me to get earlier, Fen. I got one now. Yeah, I think because I went east first, I just bypassed this area altogether, which was a mistake, obviously. Oh. What's up? Yeah, I did figure that one out by mistake. Alright, let's have you fire that off there. Why are you up in melee, dude? That's not your role. Shoot the wolf. Let's have you do a knockdown on him. You haven't even been hurt yet, so you're good. Just keep fighting. Oh, you're getting knocked down a bunch. Why are you up in melee? Well. Ow. Shoot the wolf. Everyone focus the wolf.
So much for you.
Alright, you're getting your ass kicked. Give yourself some space. Okay. Focus on him now. Did you use both of those? Let's have you heal up. And let's try and take you out. There we go. Hey, levels up. Nice. Alright, you first, sir. Let's boost your athletics some more. And yeah, let's go even more. So you heal even more with that. Grants the fighter an additional use of knockdown per encounter. Increased fighter's awareness. Awareness while in defender mode, granting a bonus to fortitude, reflexes, and will. Oh. So +2 enemies engaged, -5 deflection. But +5 to all other defenses. Considering I always have him in that mode, this is probably the best one to have. Yeah, it is. It's a little intense that you can see like 10 feet in front of your face all the time. I'll save till the next level to get more. What's this? Mortification of the soul is the monk immediately inflicts enough. Oh, okay, so that's just an instant wound. Character attacks from a defensive posture, taking care to never expose vulnerable openings. In this stance, characters receive a penalty to their speed, but increase their deflection. So yeah, that seems like the one to go for here. I like how the rest of the defense types just give you a straight bonus. This one you actually have to make a trade-off for it, but that's probably because, like you said, it's the most important. So let's take that. And you. More mechanics. The rogue attacks his or her enemy's ability to move around effectively, inflicting extra damage to and hobbling any enemy they successfully hit. Oh, alright. That makes sense. Alright, that was everyone that could level up. Ah, oh, hello there. Begging your pardon, but you gave me a good fright. I thought I heard something rustling through the brush. Suppose that was just you. Silly of me. Don't suppose you happen to need some supplies? I thought I'd make my way over to Madmer Bridge, but I'm starting to think I'd be better off heading back to town and gathering a few more folks together. Better safe than sorry, right? Say, did you hear something?
Hey.
Oh. Let's activate that. Okay. Oh, nope, not what I want to do. That.
Following you.
Oh, excuse me. What do you think you're doing, sir?
Hey.
All right.
Hey.
There we go. All right. Oh, yeah, I did see that respecking was an option. That's good. You can respec anyway, try new things. For a monk, I'd focus on accuracy, attack speed, and big armor to mitigate damage. Okay. By every star in the sky, thank you. I've never seen these beasts so bold before. Strange times we're in. Here, take these. I'm heading back to Gilded Vale for certain. You can make better use of them. Oh, appreciate it, dude.
Hey.
So much for that one.
All right, then.
Oh.
Then.
have no clue how to build a chanter, but let's see what he can do. Calls beyond the shroud and summons a phantom to fight for the party instead of the 3 skeletons I have. That I can do now. Reduces damage reduction of enemies in the area of effect. Increases the slash and shock damage reduction for allies. Yeah. Drains electrostatic energy from the environment to create 3 bolts of lightning. Causes a nearby down enemy to explode, expelling 3 white grubs and crushing nearby enemies. Alright, yeah, the skeletons are kind of lackluster, but if the phantom's good, then I'll try that. Bruce changes connection to the soul fragments they employ, increasing ancient memories healing capabilities. Yeah, I guess I've got no reason to take anything else with him. Oh, awesome. Then yeah, that's definitely what I want.
Hey. Hey.
Ooh, a 2-handed axe. A boar. Oh, lots of boars. Okay. Let's have you do a knockdown on that one. Yeah, you've taken enough wounds to smack that one away. Or miss. Oh, just do that. Oh, you're in rough shape. Heal up, please. Okay.
All right, then.
All right, what do you got? Inflicts penalties, perception, intellect, and resolve. Ooh. Target becomes paralyzed and sickened. Oh, it sickens enemies nearby. I like this. My current source of fire damage is a cone that like I have to be really careful about using because I tend to hit my own people with it. So a ray would be nice. Conjures a protective shield of magic. Dramatically boosting the wizard's deflection. Allows the wizard to smash an enemy with a grimoire energized with spiritual energy, causing large damage and knocking the target back. Concentrates the power of blast, negating some of the target's damage reduction. Modifies blast to bypass DR. Once per encounter, being able to actually get him away with somebody that's engaged him seems like the... Yeah, I just figure, since it's not a cone, it should be easier to avoid hitting my own people. I guess we'll see when I use it. Yeah, being able to get an enemy away from him without having to take the attack of opportunity for it would be nice.
Hey.
Okay, so where haven't I haven't looked this whole southern section of the road here. Oh. There, that one. Get that one. Paladins. Alright, let's let's have you swing wide. And let's try this. Okay, let's actually move you into range and then try it. Okay, so that's kind of working how I'd hoped. Yeah, I killed one of them already with that ray. Nice. And there's the other one. So, who are they after? Oh. That's a lot of stuff. You found a new grimoire. Grimoires often contain spells that your wizard may not know. For a small cost, you can learn those spells from the description panel. You may also fill additional grimoires with different spells. Place them in your wizard's quick item slots to switch them. Be careful. But be careful. Switching grimoires will temporarily lock wizards out of spellcasting for several seconds. Okay. Okay, so I guess I gotta go down that way. Also, damn, Eater is once again in pretty rough shape.
Hey.
Oh. Troll.
Brave does not kill you.
See if I can get a knockdown on it. Or he'll just shoot it. That works too.
Of course.
Alright, so... what am I missing here?
Hey.
I guess there could be something in the top left. Oh yeah, fast mode. I keep forgetting that's the thing. I'm just exploring around. No. Alright, I have basically completely explored this map. Alright, well. I guess there's... in the center? Is it this tiny... is he in, like, this tiny patch of, Wow. Are you kidding me? Using the tiniest patch of, unrevealed map. That's actually ridiculous. Okay. Squatting at the base of this statue is an incredibly ugly man, with bulging red cheeks raked by pox scars and a scraggly beard. He is sweating as if he has a fever, but his breathing is measured and steady, like a slow push of a blacksmith's bellows. But that comparison feels strange and unwelcome. The next comparison, possibly sparked by his grin, is that of a bear trap. And then out of nowhere, there's the hint of alchemical fire that fades almost as soon as you identify the smell.
Come to pray at the statue?
The question mark is barely there. As the man makes the statement, the statue takes on a reddish cast, as if one is holding a torch to it, then slowly blossoms into waving flames. Man doesn't turn as the statue blossoms into fire.
The others are welcome, but it's best if just you and I trade words, and your shadows stay quiet. Hands off their weapons, both arcane and steel. It's only you I want to trade words with anyway. I swear before the whore that is Margaret, no harm will come to you in her shadow. If that's enough of a promise for you. If not... I didn't give it. You probably find names as useless as I do. The names that litter this world like debris are hard enough to wrap around the tongue. And what do they matter? It's what's beneath the skin and the letters I care about. What burns within. It's more important to me you're a watcher than whatever culture or accent decorates your letters like awkward crowns. Take pride in your actions, not where you hail from, or how your name rolls off whatever liar's tongue coats it now. If you need a title to hang on me to match your own, Watcher, then call me Durance. And as you observe souls, I test them.
Durance shakes his head and his hand curls tightly on his staff. I can see the questions bubbling up. Let's burn them away one by one.
I am a missionary. I walk this diseased nation with its heathen, its people so careless with the spirits of others and their own, watchers among them. Yes, I know you for what you are, and your name doesn't interest me. Names are for honest folk, and you are a crack that shines light from another place. We're meant to travel together, you and I. Saw you in the flames. Not your face, but that soul of yours. All tightened up, like a huntsman's knot. There's things we can teach each other, if you're in need of answers to your mantle of questions. I don't force my words on anyone other than you. I don't care who walks with you or what their muling problems and politics are. There's enough howling in the world without me.
Good morning, Huggy. Also, what time is it?
Take from your provisions. Don't need much on the road. I can carry my weight, which is considerable. Many will stand against you. They probably already have, from what I can see. Left their marks, it seems. Like a trail, worming its way behind you.
Why are you up at 6:30 in the morning again, Huggy?
Then let us walk.
All right.
Hey.
I have a full party now. Couldn't sleep, or do you have to be up for work? All right, so now that I have this guy, what is he anyway? He is a priest. That's fair. Yeah, I know you like to take some time before work.
Hey.
Glad you could stop in here, though. All right, let's get out of here. Let's go. Hello? There we go. Let's go. Well, now that we have this guy, do I want to go to Radric's Hold or Cade Nua? They're both like the next places I have to do stuff, I feel like. Let's go back to Cade Nua. Maybe with a priest I'll have an easier time against the spirits.
Once more through the gates. With more success this time, I hope.
All right, so what is it that you can do, sir? You have spells. You have Barbs of Condemnation, decreasing the oh! Yeah, being able to lower their defenses would be nice. Accuracy and damage of all allies in the area. Increasing the damage reduction of... oh. And what is this? This is Holy Radiance. It creates a field of holy energy around the priest, burning any vessels in the vicinity and regenerating a modest amount of endurance for allies. Okay. So, let's position Eater and my character out front. Not that that matters, because these guys can just teleport past them, but it's a start.
What?
And let's go ahead and open on the Shadow first. I'm going to save him and try and use my ray of fire on them after combat starts.
Yes.
Okay, here come all of them. Let's go... Let's see, what are your second level ones? Consecrated Ground... first things first, let's move you up and have you do this. Perfect. You need to not die right off the bat. Which I can heal you with him first before I waste my own stuff, right? Oh, is he... What is going on here? Why can't I select some of these guys? Is it because they're stunned already? Oh. Wait, why can I target him? Oh, they got the will-o'-the-wisps. That makes sense. I forgot that they could do that. Let's try and gun down that will-o'-the-wisp. Let's use you... Let's have you go wide and then try and hit them all with the ray. Like this. No. Oh, shit. Too close, too close. Back up, back up. Well, this is already going sideways. Okay, at least I killed one of them there. Let's Grimoire Slam you, see if that helps. Nope, okay. Wait, he didn't do it yet. You're holding that one up at least. Let's... do that. Oh, he's stunned and down. Damn. That went quick. Can you...
Following your...
How are you still... Oh, you're no longer up. Never mind.
We got to take better care of Ally.
Okay, we got another one. We're gonna be able to take out this Phantom. Alright. Oh, there's the will-o'-the-wisp still. Alright, let's go. Is that it? Whew, okay. That makes sense. I'll try and focus on that. Let's let everyone heal up. Eater's in rough shape. Use one of my... Alright.
Hey.
Okay, so I can do something like this to get him, like, way out front.
Hey.
And then switch that one. Yeah, it's more like it. Okay. Oh. Straight into combat, huh?
Crave thou...
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I don't know what I grabbed for his last level up, but that I think I tried to make his this stance less punishing. But yeah, I should grab the weapon and shield perk next time. And yeah, do I have any better shields for him? That's a good point. I've got 12 deflection, 4 accuracy. What is he using now? I guess I can see. No, that's identical. Oh, 16 and 8. That's better. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, let's switch around your grimoire a bit. Because I don't use that anyway, so I'll put Chill Fog in. I think that sounds kind of cool. Yeah, that's what I was seeing that it's blind without having to use a level, like, because right now I have a level 2 spell that does, like, a bigger AoE blind, but that would be anything that stays in that area gets hit by that. That's nice. And then level 2. Yeah, let's throw Necrotic Lance in there. A single big shot of high direct damage. Just... Oh. I keep forgetting to, like, stealth, but that's okay.
Crave.
Oh, alright. Let's get you out front. Let's have you guys hang back a little. No, hang back a little. Okay, turn around, and now let's go. You get up in there. You take your shot at the... Let's try and kill the shadow off first. And you... Go ahead and move up. And do this. There we go. Okay, just Phantom. Heal up, please, if you can, before you run out of time. Okay, good. Alright, are you back? Focus on the Will-O-Wisp now. What do you got? Oh, I can probably... Yep, I can summon my, this dude. Oh, you need to back up. You need to... heal him. Okay, we got that guy at least. What do we still got left? Anything? Is that it? Whew, alright, we got through that one.
And what does the flame reveal?
Be very, very quiet. I'm hunting phantoms. Well, guess I'm not going upstairs. I don't even know if there's anything to be afraid of in here. Oh, that makes sense. Is there actually a point to this house at all? I feel like there's nothing in here, and I've checked everything. Oh. The wisp.
Leave it to me!
What is that? What status effect is that on him when that happens? Is that terror? Because I can actually give him resistance against that.
They won't see me coming.
Leave our village! We've done nothing to you!
What?
You can't do this!
Spectral smoke churns all around you. At first you see nothing except the haze, but gradually you make out the wizened, hunched shape of an old elven man. His face and bones thin arms are smeared with paint. You can't do this, he shakes his head, spitting the words at you.
This is our
Do what?
village, our home. The Nine Claws have lived here almost 50 generations. We were here long before your kind brought war to our lands. You can't just burn it all. Have mercy, soldier. Our warriors have all gone. You can't burn us all because of them.
Hey.
Oh. I guess I should have gone back into stealth. Let's go. Obviously I don't use fire on these guys. Let's see, let's do one of these. Oh. I think I killed one of them? Yeah.
Yes. You're not getting through me.
Oh, that wasn't so bad. Primal Flame, sure.
Keeping an eye out.
I feel like this place was a lot scarier last time I was here.
Following
What are
your
you?
lead.
Will-o-the-wisp. God, I love that sometimes that gun goes off and just immediately ends a fight. I kind of want to have like 3 tanks and 3 of those, and just see if I could like immediately remove enemies from fights.
Clearly of Adiran make. They like their archways.
Okay. Yeah, you're gonna get aggro anyway. Let's move you out front. Let's have you just be out front and pick up aggro before I do anything else. You guys can just hang back. Right? Okay. Now he's been spotted, nobody else has, we can start going. Let's have you, and you unload on the shadow. You do your whatever. Actually, let's move up a little and then do whatever that is. And Huggy, we love to see it.
Indeed.
Huggy's got such "Are you winning, son" vibes, and I love it. All right, let's see if I can hit all these guys with this. Preferably without hitting... Oh, no. Little further, and I won't hit my own dude. Let's try that. Yeah, that's more like it. That did number on him. Let's just do it again. Oh, it's because that... Okay, that one's on him and it interrupted him. That shadow's almost dead. You desperately need to heal, sir. You and you... I don't know who's going to shoot next, but somebody kill that shadow quickly, please. Oh, good. My rogue got the shot off. Oh, but he fired that in, like, the wrong direction, didn't he? Why are you in such rough shape? Let's patch you up, sir.
Hey, mow it.
Okay. He's back in the fight now, although I have to watch he's getting low on, like, actual health, which is not great. Get up there, push. Alright. And you. Give him the old Grimoire Slam. Okay, I didn't actually knock him back. Please finish this guy off. Before he dies, maybe?
Yes.
There we go.
A blade in the dark.
Oh, right. I was concerned about his health. Okay, he still has enough that he can go through a whole nother combat and get knocked out and still not die, so I don't have to worry quite yet. As you come to the end of the Great Hall, you perceive an inviting warmth radiating from a grand throne wrought out of marble, its masterful artistry out of place amidst the castle's more practical stonework. The veiled face of a woman is carved above the throne's backing, watching over the room with hollow eyes. As you approach, you feel the warmth fluctuate as though stirring. A voice rings out from the carving, permeating the fortress through stone and air. Another one. Oh, okay.
Glowing very brightly indeed to these eyes. What strange happenstance.
Take it away, professional voice actress. You are so much better than I am.
As am I. If you should happen to find him, I would be glad to know of it. Each day his absence brings new dust to my halls, new cracks to my stones. It's shameful is what it is. The Earl would never have let it come to this. You are free to search for him here. I will unbar the way. Not as a land is its lord's, more as a child is its mother's. This castle was my design, you see. The Earl
Hey, no.
wanted me to do it.
No, don't say that.
I was getting on in years. I knew it would be my only chance to build something magnificent. When it was built, I couldn't bring myself to part from it, to go back to my lonely home. I begged the Earl to let me stay, to take care of it. It was all I wanted, and he granted it. Years later, when Bereth's usher finally came calling, I begged the Earl to find a way to let me remain, and so he did. He was a great man. He came here one day, young with long hair and polished armor, and he banished the dark things that had come to lurk in this place after centuries of neglect. He could see the beauty of this place, the way it had been, so he claimed it for his own when no one else would take it. We worked together to restore it. But he began to grow distant some time ago. He never told me why. He retreated deeper and deeper into the keep, never leaving, sending servants for food, hiding himself from my sight. The restoration stopped. Now, to look at the place, you'd never know the progress we'd made.
Nope.
I
Didn't mean to cut
can
her
feel
off.
his presence faintly somewhere deeper inside the keep. But he uses his gifts to confound me, and my senses are dulled while he does so. I only wish I could know his mind. Imprisoned? At times it feels that way, I suppose. But it's more that I reside here. The throne was brought up from the ruins, one of the first things they found. As a last favor to a dying woman, the Earl arranged for me to be moved into it. Audra is an accommodating vessel for a soul. Oh, it's not as confining as it seems. I can feel the whole keep from here, and all things that are tied to it. There's something about this throne and its construction. Or maybe it's something about this place. The Earl of Yenwood, the original, in fact, when Deerwood was a colony. He found this site, the only ruin Ere Glanfarth refused to defend, and he believed its wealth would be great. The keep was his way of defending his family's claim, and that claim became his obsession. He had to know what lay beneath. He devoted his life to excavating the ruins below the keep. They had been sealed with rock and soil. Deliberately, it would seem. Years passed, and with them the Earl. He dug his entire life and never found what he sought. His obsession became his sons and his sons' sons. And one day, that young Earl broke through. An endless maze, incomprehensible in its construction. But he would never come to learn more than that. Vile things had taken residence there, vile and dangerous. They poured up through the keep and slew its residents, the Earl among them.
So what I'm hearing is that the dwarves dug too greedily, too deep.
After that, the keep remained abandoned, unused, wasted. Meowall's mastery of this place was the first hope I'd had in 200 years. How I've longed to see it as it once was.
All right. Thanks, lady. Slash throne. Oh, hello.
Been out playing soldier again, have we? Go wash up and come help me shuck these peas.
Why are you so loud?
Soldiers are important people. They defend the weak and punish the wicked. You're too young. Before you were born, the Glandfathans attacked settlers like us. They said we'd not.
Yeah, that's what I was making a reference to.
Rocks. That's why they call it the Broken Stone War. They got very angry, and so they came into our villages and killed many. That's why you'll be a soldier one day.
Okay. Oh, and immediately we're in a fight against spiders. Okay, just position yourself like this. You shift up. Oh, and I already got webbed. Whoops. You are. We already established that. Alright, you unwebbed yet? Can you go fight, please? Thank you. I guess I don't need to use either of those yet. You're gonna kill him anyway.
Yes. Let's go.
Alright. Shift around and oh no, you're exactly in the shape you were before. Never mind. You're fine. Let's do an Arcane Assault right there.
Hey.
Perfect. You need to get up there and help out. Why don't you try and take that one out? And you, for that matter. Also, are you at the point? Yes, you can summon him. Let's do that. Let's get him between you and the rest of the reinforcements. There we go. Oh, and he's not doing so well, but that's okay. Okay, never mind. That spirit is actually like kicking ass over here all by himself. Nice. Oh, there's a lot more spiders than I thought there were. Back up. Turn around. Okay, there we go. We're good, we're good. You focus that one. You focus that one. You guys. And you. Hang back here. Oh.
As you wish. Kill them all.
Oh, he's in rough shape. I need to finish this fight and then rest, or else he's gonna die. Let's do a knockdown on you. You haven't suffered any wounds yet, so you can't even use like any of your abilities. Okay, we got that one. Let's focus that one. Okay, we cleared them all. Let's fall back.
All right, then.
Are we still... I guess we're still in combat until I clear those other guys out.
Hey.
Oh, right. Alright, let's see. Can I
cannot
run?
venture forth
Okay,
alone in
I
combat.
gotta clear these last couple guys out or else I'm still in combat. Let's go. Although, I'm gonna drop you back and have you be the front line this time because I don't want you to actually die. Let's have you cripple him. Oh, you can summon him again. Nice. Okay, that ought to help. Is there anything even left alive? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't worried about going all in because I'm just going to camp after this anyway. So that... Oh, camping is not allowed in this area. Yeah, I need to find a place to camp because otherwise he's going to die. Because he only has 43 actual health. Can I camp here? Nope. Okay, I gotta go outside, I guess. That's fine. There we go. Yeah. Actually, let's get you the DR as well. I don't know that I'll be fighting spirits now anyway.
Hey.
Alright, we are back to full health. And all of our spells and stuff are back. But now I'm out of camping supplies, so if things get bad again, I have to actually, like, leave. Let me just check something quick. Ah. Okay, I see. Alright. I actually think this is a good point. I've been streaming for 6 hours. I think this is a good point to call it for the night. God, I appreciate you guys being here. There's actually a lot of you here for, like, the entire stream. This is awesome. Thank you guys so much. I will be continuing this game next stream. I don't know if... Well, I can't promise it'll be next stream. I'll be continuing this game for sure. I'm enjoying it, and now that I got past that first difficulty spike, I'm actually, you know, having a good time with it. Let me just save. Let that go. Oh, and thank you for the follow. See, I can't promise next time will be another stream of this game. I tend to rotate games fairly frequently, but it's one I will be coming back to for sure sooner rather than later. For now, though, I am going to send you on over to... Once I figure out how to use my streaming things, because I'm a real streamer. I'm going to send you on over to Jiro. He was in here earlier, and now he's streaming himself. He's a friend of the channel and awesome dude. If you've never been through one of my raids before, we don't do raid messages or raid spam. Just show up, have a good time, and if you choose to participate, do so as a member of his community. I will catch you guys next time. Thank you for being here. I did, in fact, click the button. Hello? No, it's like actually... Okay, let's... Don't judge me. Yeah, it's not giving me the option to confirm the raid like it normally does. It's immediately closing out and saying you are already raiding him, so it's like it's having issues here. Let's try this. Nope, my rating just seems to be it seems to be busted. It's telling me no matter who I click, it says I'm already rating them, and then it just errors out. I am such a good streamer. Holy shit. Fine. I will click this. I will click this, and I will just wait. Yeah, no, it's not letting me finish the raid. What the fuck? Well, thanks for coming to stream, guys. Go hang out with Jiro the Oni. Go there. Later, guys.